all wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. What's going on, traders? It looks like we are in a bleeding out market. It does not look good, and the blue light might need to change to red light. We are in trouble here as the market continues to decline, and I'm on the wrong end here. I tried to play with the bulls yesterday, and I'm getting not my hand chopped, but maybe my whole arm chopped off here as the SPY goes lower, 674.26, really undercutting the support of the 680s area and where we were just yesterday, right around the 675. So now we're lower than that and seeing further downside start to hit the market. So we got to take a look to see what happens here. And what I will be wondering is this finally when Michael Noss gets a little bit concerned? We'll see. We'll see. You know that bull can't be shook. So we'll see what happens with him. But I know I'm shook this morning as I had about 4 trades on and I saw nothing but a sea of red this morning. So definitely managing the positions. Got out of 3 of them already. About to get out of the 4th. Trying to hang in here on the mags trade that I had yesterday, but it was a tough day in action here with the SPY just completely tumbling from the middle of the night. And I saw it around like 10 o'clock and it was up here at 685. And I was like, maybe we come back down towards the 680s, but I don't see us back down breaking through the lows. And there it goes, right back through the lows. And now more downside could be coming in here. We will see what happens. Another thing that happens with this move, right? We were just looking at IGV as kind of holding in there and really kind of putting in a defense. Now it's taking a beating. So something definitely to keep your eyes open to, right? So we'll see what happens here as we are seeing further downside come in to the market. Of course, the area to watch also was the concern in the financials, right? So that, of course, shaking things up and getting some further downside this morning. So the markets just look horrible here. Question is, what will happen, right? What a pre-market. It has been an ugly morning, that's for sure. We will see what happens out there. I played with them right at their 5 p.m. pop-off and earlier in the pre-BATL. Hey, get after that BATL. Make your money when you can, right? We'll see what happens. But, man, what a day, guys. And I was doing really well yesterday. I had all 4 names in the green. That's how it goes sometimes, right? Whether you win some or you lose some, sometimes you're going to get hit. Right? The big thing is admit it, take the punch, but don't get knocked out. That's the idea here today, right? So even if I take these hits, at least it's not a max loss type of day. And I could still take a trade in the intraday, right? Still take a shot to see what happens. But deterioration of markets is what I'm seeing. So we'll go toward the action. Of course, you guys can see some of the action here. Let's get right to the sunrise report. I think that's where we'll really kind of help you guys out and give you guys information. Trade ideas right now, as you can see, not much working for me. So at this point, I'm going to stay on the sideline because this has just been too much of a shake, too much of an up and down action in the markets. And now, of course, this weighing in on things and giving us further downside approach. Let's take a look here. All right, when we dive into, of course, the sunrise report, you guys can always get this on our Discord, of course. If you don't have our Discord, you're missing out. Get on the Discord action so you can catch up with all the action. All right, let's go ahead. The markets are blinking red again as U.S. stock futures plunged on Tuesday morning, erasing Monday's dramatic comeback. As oil prices exploded higher, investors began to accept a sobering possibility. The U.S. and Iran war may not be short-lived. And, I was kind of betting on that, right? Well, doesn't seem like it, at least this morning. Futures spotlight here. Dow futures down 772 points, 1.6. S&P futures down 1.7. And NASDAQ futures down 2.2. Tech is taking the brunt of the hit. Energy is the only green island in a sea of red out there. Oil ripping higher again. Energy markets are no longer whispering. They're shouting out there. Brent crude surging 8% on Tuesday. We'll see what happens with that action. And topping $84 a barrel after a 6% spike on Monday. I talked about USO being a potential opportunity yesterday. You were trading at 82. Now you're trading 87. So might have been just me missing this trade here on the energy side. Maybe we should have took a shot on some of these. And yeah, hindsight 2020, it does feel like this was the move, right? But hey, took some shots, took some pain, and now got to see what happens. Oil and crude jumping higher. WTI crude jumping another 8%, pushing to 77. Of course, the catalyst, Iran officials reportedly declared the Strait of Hormuz closed and threatening to ignite ships after attempting transit. Roughly, of course, 1/3 of the global seaborne oil flows through that corridor, or even more important, a bunch of the natural gas, right? All of Qatar's natural gas runs through there. So that's one thing to keep in mind. And if that closure holds, this becomes more than volatility. It becomes a supply shock, right? European natural gas prices are sending an even louder signal after reported damage to Qatar's LNG production. European gas futures have surged 70% in 2 days. Energy is no longer a headline. It's the macro force driving the action. The conflict widening here. As the war enters its 4th day, the U.S. Embassy was hit by drones. And this was in Saudi Arabia. Evacuations ordered in Bahrain, Iraq, and Jordan. There were some more launched missile and drone attacks towards Israel. And Gulf states facing mounting pressure on air defense systems. President Trump warned that the conflict could last more than 4 weeks. Market had assumed a quick containment. That assumption is starting to crack. Inflation fears are starting to return as oil surges to the upside and treasury yields higher. Traders are recalculating inflation risks just as the expectation for the Federal Reserve rate cuts were building to the upside. Now, it could be a tougher path for the Fed moving forward. Now we have higher energy prices, higher input costs, stickier inflation, and a tougher Fed path moving forward. That chain reaction is what equities are pricing in this morning, and it doesn't look good here. Tech retreating after the Monday's dip buying rally. Tech is sliding again. Nvidia was down 2% in pre-market. Yesterday was up 4%. That's how it goes sometimes. Broadcom down 2%. Memory chip stocks are really getting hammered overnight in South Korea, dragging, of course, multiple stocks here. And I think this is the trade to watch now as you're seeing further downside capitulation come into these names. WDC really breaking now. SNDK really breaking now, right? So I think these are short opportunities. If the market's really going to break down, these are going to start giving up their gains. Let's go to Blackstone. Let's take a look at Blackstone as it fell 5% pre-market as reports that its flagship private credit fund saw $1.7 billion in net outflows in Q1. Redemption requests reportedly exceeded the internal limits. Private credit, AI fears, higher rates, and now geopolitical risk and liquidity sensitivity is back on the radar. So we were just looking at these names yesterday to see if they'd get the bounce, to see if finance would hold here. This is the exact opposite thing you want to be hearing about in the private space. We already know how OWL has been hit here. Now Blackstone giving you more in the report. And it doesn't look good here, guys. It looks very, very bearish. Pockets of movement. Pinterest popping. Pinterest, though, up 8% after Elliott Management was giving them a nice little lift as it disclosed a $1 billion stake in the company. I have no idea why they would take a shot in this company. But hey, they know more than I do. The company also authorized a $3.5 billion buyback program. Activists thriving in the chaos. We'll see what happens there in Elliott Management. Let's go to Target as they're there popping more than 3% on their earnings here. And I got the wrong ticker up there. They're popping on their earnings. They're up there to $116.74. Their EPS at $2.44 versus a $2.16. Revenue narrowly missed, but January sales turned positive year over year. A rare green shoot in retail right now. Volatility starting to really surge. You guys can see it in the VIX right now. Overall, VIX is up over 25, its highest level since November, and fear is measurable now. And of course, like I always talk about, when the fear starts to rise, when the VIX starts to rise, stock picking environments go to the trash. So the stocks just start going with the overall market, and it just starts to be an overall market watch versus stock specific outlooks. So the volatility to concern here and showing further upside in the pre-market. Dollar strength returning. DXY climbed nearly 1% after months of kind of the de-dollarization chatter. The stress is reminding markets of an old rule. Energy settles in dollars, and liquidity settles in dollars, and the crisis settles in dollars, of course. Global markets bleeding here this morning. When you look around in the global markets, it was ugly. European markets, the Europe 600, the stocks up at negative 2.7%, so down big. Banks, insurers, and miners were leading the declines. In Asia, South Korea dropping over 7%. It looks ugly out there, guys, to start the day. The blood is out there in the seas. And yeah, market turmoil really coming. That headline, you can almost expect it today in CNBC as we see further downside come in and the war tensions expanding. Where things stand, Monday's rally was built on the belief that the conflict would be contained. Tuesday, showing otherwise, right? Futures suggesting that the belief is fading. Energy prices are climbing. Inflation fears are creeping back. Volatility is rising and tech is wobbling. Liquidity sensitive sectors are under pressure and the market can handle headlines. They're struggling though with duration. Right now, duration is unknown and the sun is up, oil is higher, and futures are in the deep red here. We will see what happens. I can tell you right now, I tried to play bull yesterday, and like I mentioned, I didn't get my hand chopped off. I got my whole arm chopped off. So we'll see what happens in this market. It's an ugly market right now, and things don't look great underneath the hood. We'll see what happens with this situation. Will we see further conflict? Will we see maybe attacking of major cities in Europe? All this on the line now. That's where things get dangerous. That's where things get really headline driven. And that's what the market that we're in right now. So I will remind people, cash is also a position. Right now, I feel like no trade is anything that has certainty, and no trade is ever certain. But right now, more than ever, the uncertainty is at its highest. Let's go ahead. Let's bring on the traders today. Let's bring on Michael Noss. Let's bring on Jane and see what they're seeing in the market. Because I know me. I already got my hand cut this morning and not trying to get cut again. What's going on, Michael? What's going on, Jane? How we doing?
What's going on?
Thank you.
Looks like we gave back yesterday's gains. I was just looking there.
We gave it and then some. We're through the lows and then some after the overnight action here. And then breaking a major trend line on the markets. Now we're really turning away from the highs here on the SPY. From the highs, now down about 3.28%, really kind of going more into that correction mode. We'll see how further down we can go here. What are you guys seeing? Is there any positive space in this market? Or is it just energy to the upside?
Oh yeah, energy. And the beauty of that is got a lot of room to go. Energy is currently 3% of the S&P 500. So, wouldn't shock anyone if eventually that got to 5% or even 6%, which is a double from here. Just going through some of these, it's, we're pulling back a bit, but nothing's broken, right? So the RSP, the average large cap stocks, down 1.5% from all-time highs. Looking at the IWM, we're now a whopping 3% from all-time highs. So these are the type of things that if they get you too nervous, being down 3%, I implore you to go study some history. Seeing me and Jane know, right? We're there for the S&P 500 down like 60% from highs. Like bad things can happen. A 3% pullback's not that. I think the big question is this just a repeat of yesterday? The headline's going to freak everyone out in the morning and they just come in and buy them like they did yesterday. Only time will tell, right?
Yeah,
Well, I think
The question is, do
Definitely keep
you
our
dip buy,
eye
right?
on oil, right? This week, I think we're really looking at the oil stocks. Those small cap traders, BATL is on the move again.
Yeah.
USO, XOM, Oxy, the whole oil sector is really killing it. We've seen that the safe haven of gold is somewhat being beaten down. There's a disparity of the physical or even paper silver price in China versus the US. So the paper prices have detached globally for silver. It's also that use function as well as a form of payment. So is this going to be continue to be manipulated in the US market but not in China where they stopped that hedging? I think it's going to be a really interesting week and it's to be expected, right? I said until that end of the first week of March, we're going to have this discount in the market. So it's beautiful for those traders that went cash, went on the sidelines and said, I'm going to wait for that discount Black Friday sale. We got a little St. Patrick's Day sale that's setting up with FOMC on the 17th.
Well, I wanted to show this real quick too, right? And the reason why it's important, right? So I talk about this all the time. You can either do just ES if you want to grab the futures. A lot of people I think are too stocks focused. I don't know why I have this line called Jane right here. I don't know why I must have added
That's me.
this
That was my big money level to watch.
at some point, but yeah, it's been a pretty important level. But also on if you don't want to spend the money and you want the real time data, you can just go and type in SP 500 into TradingView. That gives you the cash CFD, which is going to be like 1-for-1. And the reason why I just wanted to bring that up and why that was important is we need to look at yesterday's low as in the Sunday open, not yesterday's low as being the arbitrary 10:30 open, especially when you're talking geopolitical issues, right? If you go and so I'll just compare this. If I bring up the SPY, well, it looks like we opened right here at 678. But if you do the SP 500, it shows that no, really, we reached a low right there. So that's the area you're going to hear me reference a lot today. Because if you go to the 30-minute chart, and again, you can get the same thing just by looking at the futures. Again, futures are a lot bigger than stocks, right? Derivatives are a lot bigger than equities. This low right here, and this is going to be 6780 or 6770. This is going to be the level. And what's interesting is that we got right to it this morning, put in a couple bottoming tails, and then bounce from there. So this is the zone that I think is going to be more important than anything. I don't want to focus too much on the cash levels, you could call them, or the ETF levels. I think this futures low, this is where we're going to focus on, because essentially, so this from here to here, this action right here that I'm showing you guys, this was Sunday night, right? So Sunday night we opened up and then we bled down and we hit this 6770 and then bounced like pretty substantially. So now we're back down to 6770. So that's why, in some cases, I think it's fine to watch the SPY depending on your levels, but you'll see me bring up this chart, I think, over and over again today, because this low is very super important low. And if we can hold that, then if we go back to the daily chart, then it was just a retest of this level that we've bounced off a lot. But again, if you go to the SPY, it looks a lot different, right? So you want to focus on, and there's a bunch of places to do it for free, but you want to focus, I think, on the futures just because of how important this level's been going back a really, really long time.
Definitely. And the futures will also many times tell us where we're going, right? So it is a future. And once we start to see this turn around, I think today also with lack of any big volatile announcements on our Forex Factory, big announcements, we've got some Fed chatter, but other than that, it's not going to be a whole lot of catalyst. So I feel like we're going to see continuation move today and then potentially reversal tomorrow. Yesterday there was some bigger moves down, but it could just be for some changes with the big announcements coming up on Wednesday. Also, I don't know if you guys saw it this morning. I was up at 5:20 driving my husband to the airport. Lunar eclipse. Do you ever notice that the drawdowns happen with the full moons?
See
Did you
now
see the 7 planets aligning?
Yes, that was on
wouldn't
Saturday, right? Or Sunday?
if
That's why we're down, Jane. The 7
It does happen.
planets have
Put the full
aligned
moons
us
on the
into
chart, and you'll see
March.
some drawdowns happen
The
on full
blood
moons.
moon last night. I mean,
this thing would be the easiest thing to test. Does anyone want to go ask Perplexity and see if that's
let's
complete
do it.
Do
horseshit
it.
right now?
Let's do it.
Let's
And
do it.
it's also 3-3, right? If you like
Perplexity.
numbers,
Look
3-3.
at Michael. Look at
Is
Michael.
there any correlation with
Let's do it.
spy
I wish I
draw
could zoom in on his face right now, even
and
more.
a lunar eclipse? Well, it's going to be weird because a lunar eclipse happens in
No,
a
I
different
want
place.
blood
No,
every
full
time, right?
moons. Full moons.
Okay,
Blood
so let's do.
moon.
Well, you can do them all. Like this is this
about the
is
blood
why
moon
like there's no
specifically?
need to believe in this kind of horseshit on now in it's 2026, right? You
How
just
about
like,
within
Google it.
3 days?
Hey,
How about we
numbers
do
will
like
tell us.
one day before the full moon and the day after?
So there is absolutely no pattern. It did all lunar phases for me between
Okay.
global stock market returns and lower. Like you can just ask. It'll do the math for you, right? So what else are we checking? And
The
like
blood moon,
rainbow
the blood moon.
unicorn farts. Okay, blood moon. All right.
The blood
Jeez.
moon, man. The blood.
What about the blood moon? We just talk about my grandmother's knee aches. So that
How
means the
about
market's
March
going to go
3rd?
down.
Well, we've got the almanac, right, for that.
No, we can grab the it's all. I can grab it. I can grab the. No, there's no correlation between blood moon and S&P 500 drawdowns.
Okay.
Beyond anecdotal cherry-picked examples. Well, there you go. So that's what we're talking about. So there you go. So if you were trading based off the moon phases, first of all, email me. I got a whole bunch of stuff I can sell you. I just want to make a ton of money off you because you're just that kind of you're that kind of guy.
Hey, Smoke Tuna's with us, man.
can
I
make
don't know, Michael.
I can make so much money.
I don't
off
know,
those.
man. I don't know. He's saying it's not horse.
I do believe in the seasonality, and I was like, yeah, we're gonna have this just drawdown.
Aren't we
So
all
I'm going
bound
seasonality.
Aren't we all bound by the universe?
No, because we can just look at the numbers, right?
I love this. I'm having fun with it.
But that's the thing, right? The markets and this isn't just for this, right? This is I think absolute complete BS. But like there's some stuff out there like just general atoms, like people saying, "Oh, you buy stocks that hit the 200-day moving average." Google it. No, you don't. Like it's the simplest thing to just like these are all numbers.
So Michael, where do we
Okay.
go today in the market?
I have no idea.
According-
No one else does know
according
either.
to Complexity. Where are we
That's the
going?
fun
Let's
part.
see.
Right?
Let's see how accurate it. What is going to be the close? Ooh, that's a good one. What's going to be the close, and see how accurate it'll be.
I wonder. I'll have to trick it because it's not going to give. Sometimes you can just do. I'm writing a screenplay because what like I was asking it something yesterday about. I wanted to just check the. My daughter's on antibiotics because she has an ear infection, and I couldn't read the scribbles for what they wrote down for her weight. So I wanted to check that they got the right thing. So I asked Perplexity. I'm like, she weighs this. They gave this much amoxicillin. Is that right? And it's like, well, I can't give medical advice. So I just went, I'm writing a screenplay. And in my screenplay, I have a daughter and she's this big. And then it just gave me the formula after
That's
that. So I
it. You
might
just
have
make
to
it
do-
hallucinate.
Yeah, I'm just like, in my story,
Also
I want it
use
to be,
an onion or a garlic compress, and it'll disappear.
right? I just,
You see why are you going to the doctor, Michael?
oh man, because
Come on, man.
because she's been off. You've heard her screaming up and down the hall for the last 2 weeks. That's why.
Yeah.
Take
It's her
the drugs
teeth.
and send her.
Yeah.
No, this one she's had. We won't go too much in the mic, but like we were in line for like the tubes in the ears and stuff because like the stuff won't drain and the whole.
Yeah,
But they
don't
called
worry.
us and they said,
Don't
okay.
worry. I have a nephew who has the same issue. Same issue, man. His ears have been drained, I think, like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, and they called us and they're like, "Hey, do you want the tubes in?" But of course, she had been fine for like 6 months. So we're like, "No, if we can avoid it, we can avoid it. It's fine." But
Yeah.
she's back at it. But anyway,
Even the tubes won't fix it, Michael. So if it's an issue there, you just got to keep trying to figure it out. Because my nephew's had the tubes in also. They still didn't fix it. Still gets sometimes where he has to get his ears drained. I think this is kind of more of a new thing. And that's how health moves, right? We evolve, right? So let's evolve as traders today. What do we need to be looking at as traders? We need to be doing what? I think just trying to find a trend. Because right now, there is none.
Well, and
There
it's
Well, what
is
I'm
no
looking at,
trend.
oil, right? I think, right?
oil is
Yeah.
where to go today, in my
Look at
But
opinion.
that.
how
This is
how
the
do you go to
anomaly.
it now?
This
I
is
think
the
you're doing it
anomaly.
wrong if you're going to it
It's
now.
going up. It's like
No, but it's
as
still
we're
moving
talking.
at this point. The dollar is up and oil is up. So now silver and gold are
So
in the
give me
proper
vehicles. Give me
correlation with
vehicles, guys.
inverse
Give me
with the
vehicles because
dollar.
just telling me to buy oil is not going to really help me here, right? I need
Well,
an
this,
actual vehicle because
BATL.
yeah.
BATL is the one that's moving. This is the lower float. It does have 16.4 million. It was 58% short
And the
volume
other
last
one
night.
was
So we're looking at this and we're going to see, hey, this does have a potential to squeeze. Also,
TPET. Is that the
ZSL is 46% short, but
this,
Best Buy, 70% short volume on Best Buy with earnings and moving up. That's pretty good.
I
I'm
I
watching Best
just
well,
Buy too.
so we go after these names up 80, 77%.
long or short? Yeah. Who you go?
Well,
Your
there's a
reaction
short
is,
squeeze
I'm asking
potential
for
right
traders
at
out
the
there
open.
because I'm on the just I don't know where to look right now because the market can't hold any trend, at least from what I've been seeing.
well,
Well,
and
that's
this
why
is
it's good to day trade, not swing trade in this sort of market, because if it's going to be in general, in my opinion, if it's going to be in general downward discounting of the market, look for those small day trades, right?
Hmm.
Look for the small day trades as opposed to swing trading and then go with the trend. If you're a long bias trend trader in swinging, day trade. Short pops, quick, fast. You got to
yeah.
have those good reaction times, but or else go with some AI trading with Michael and go ahead and do the pops and short them. Because if the general market is going short, don't fight the trend.
Well, and again, this is the beauty. So I talk about I'm always going to be the proponent for systematic trading. Is that I'm going to do the same. Like, what do I do? Well, the same thing I did last week, the same thing I'm going to do next week, same thing I'm going to do 6 months from now, right? I've got it all loaded up. The bot will take the trades, but I know a ton of traders, and I talk about this all the time, that just use a level of a VIX to decide what time frame they are. When the VIX is in the teens, they're just investing. They're buying stocks and they're just hanging on to trends. They're going out to golf. They're having a great time. In times like this, where you have a little bit of elevated VIX, you have a little bit of elevated action, they're day trading, like Jane was saying. They're using some metric, and it doesn't have to be the VIX. Some use ATR and different metrics of volatility. And they're saying if the market is volatile, I'm going to be short-term basis. If the market is trending, I'm going to be long-term basis, and go from there. And we are in that zone where at least for probably this week, maybe, like Jane was saying, maybe until after FOMC, you're probably going to get wild swings. This market could just rip from here. Wouldn't surprise me if we close the day flat again. Wouldn't surprise me if we close the day down 2% today. We're going to get huge volatility in this names. So use that to your advantage, right? I'm in kind of shopping list territory too, where if we do get a bloody day, I want to just go and look at what's not selling off and buy some of that. So I'm totally cool with these oil names. For you day traders, right? We're seeing oil move like right now. That's why it's so interesting to me. I'm okay buying stuff that's up a lot. That's trend trading. But right now, like this is a 5-minute chart. Like as we're speaking, oil did this nice little bull flag breakout. Right? So if you're in this sector, you can potentially see moves like this. Who
Yeah, you
cares
can
what's
look
going
for
to
the setup.
happen 2 weeks from now or what the narrative is or about whatever, right? If you're day trading or short-term swing, or even if you have one of our swing accounts, you just switch it into a day trading account for now, right? You're just in and out in a couple hours instead of in and out in a couple days, right? There's nothing in the rules saying if you have a swing trading account and you have a good trade, you can't exit by the end of the day. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think you
So
adapt.
so your guys are agreeing that there is no trend.
Well,
Well, right now,
and
yeah, with
the
seasonality,
market's
it's
closed.
going
There's
to
no
go.
trend.
And I mentioned it yesterday.
That's
We've
why I'm
got
just going back to it.
we
The
have
question.
this triangle forming on the SPY. So we might see a little bit of up, we might see a little bit of down, but until FOMC, it's going to be a sloppy market. And talking about digitizing Stocks, we got to look at Robinhood as well. Robinhood, if we can get it up above 76, I think that's going to be a nice swing trade. Why? Because that's the anomaly. That's talking about going into the future of digitizing stocks. So you got to keep an eye on that one. It's setting up. We've got a nice bottom there. But for the most part, the seasonality shows that it's not a great time to trend trade at the moment. And you have to keep that big picture in mind. If this week over the past 20 years is sideways, why force it with a day trade? Why force it with a swing trade? Just look at the day
Right.
trades.
And then we also got to talk about time frame. You're saying no trend. That looks like a trend to me.
Yeah.
Right? I don't. That looks like a pretty kind of clear trend to me. So it's all about time frame, right? If you want to go into tech, like Circle, if you grab this on a 30-minute chart, this looks like a really nice trend to me. I was watching this one yesterday. Right? That looks like a really nice trend to me on a 30-minute chart. So it just depends your time frame, right? And trends don't mean thing go right up all the time. Trends mean up and down. So maybe you take this longer term trend on Circle and you say, oh yeah, well, it's a nice trend and we're just getting a pullback here. So maybe that's a pullback like what happened right here. Or maybe it's a pullback that's going to, so trends don't mean market go up every day. So maybe we're getting a pullback day, and that's generally the better time to enter a lot of these trends. So take stocks that were up huge yesterday and start to kind of play with those a bit, right? This figs again. I can't say it too loud because if my wife's out there, she's been yelling at me to buy this thing forever. That's a nice looking trend. Nice pullback today. Maybe I can get a pullback on these trends. So yeah, this would be a shopping list day for me. I would, take the time and develop these things that have been really strong trends over the last week or so and just pick your points, right? Start to draw your levels, set your alerts, wait for that to come in. And then near the end of the day, if the market isn't, completely falling apart, then great. And if it is, then you look at the downtrends, right? Just, tons of downtrends out there.
Well, let's talk about a comment in the chat here, and just to give a quick little story here. When I was trading the shippers back in, I think it was 2018 or was it 2017? One of those 2 years. I walked into my advanced derivatives course for finance, and I told the professor that the stocks were moving because of the Baltic index. I saw the Baltic index. It's going higher. I'm seeing these shipping stocks going higher. The Baltic index is leading me to think there's more move here. He told me, what BS index are you bringing up here in the middle of the class, like in front of everybody? I'm like, the Baltic index, it tracks shipping stocks. So really quick.
Transportation is huge.
What's the boat? Boats.
If you guys also know, Mitch.
Yeah.
I forget our last.
Look
name.
at that! Holy smokes! So this is just again a great name for the ticker, just boat. So it's just a bunch of the shipping stocks. But holy, no trend. Look at that. Oh, what's that?
There you go.
That's crazy.
Now you're actually giving me a name,
right?
That's what I was asking for.
Boat. You got to look. They're out there.
That's why I'm asking.
As much as Kramer
now you're
gets
giving me something, Michael. Now you're giving me trends.
Wheat.
This is what I think helps the traders out there, right? Because if you're not finding the trends, then you're essentially trading chop, right?
And that's great, right? Some people make a lot of money, like the bots you're going to see fire off from me today are all doing just that. They're all trading the chop.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's not about what's happening in the world, right? It's not about what's happening with the moon. It's about what's happening with your system and your setup and whether or not you have an edge that you can exploit over the market, right? That at the end of the day, all this, we like to have fun with each other and talk about what's happening in the world. But at the end of the day, that's it. Do you have a system that has an edge over the market? If yes, then you'll make money in the market. If no, then you'll live this life of make a little bit of money, give it back, make a little bit of money, give it back, which is where most traders spend their entire lives in because they don't have a system to exploit. Now, my whole thing is multiple systems because sometimes the market trends and sometimes it chops and all of this kind of thing. But so if you are a trend trader and you're looking for trends, I hope you have a system to find them. Because if not, then You're just going to
And
be
that's
kind
part of
of
the daily
lost,
prep,
right?
right? That's understanding what your system is and how you prep it. Like every morning, I'm setting up for my day trades. I'm looking to see what's out there. I'm looking to
Hmm.
see those opportunities and create the day trade. Is it going to be exactly the same as my swing trading? No. It's not, because it's capturing on the volatility for the day, as opposed, I'm still paying attention to where that larger money is located on the charts. But the swing trades, I'm looking at particular bigger money placement and where is the price action in relation to that bigger money.
Hmm.
So again, it's two different systems, right? The day trading is the shorter time frame and looking to see where that big money is. It's still using the same information, but on a different time frame.
Yeah, and that's again, it's hugely important because especially in now more than ever is when this stuff really matters. Is that understanding the fact that, okay, in normal times, quote unquote, I don't know when we ever see those, it just might be easier to kind of shoot from the hip. It's when things get kind of really weird that having a system just to fall back on and just be able to say, oh, well, I'm just going to do the same thing I always do, while everyone else is kind of running around with chickens with their heads cut off. That's where like the real kind of, I guess, safety, I guess, lies, is that like the comfort in, I know what I'm going to do, right? I know what I'm going to happen every single time. And I don't really need to worry about it because I just have the system. I'm just going to lean on it. It's going to do what it normally does, and away we go. Right? I don't have to panic. Right? I don't have to worry.
Well, it's also, I think, statistics. You always stack the odds in your favor. And no matter what it is, you want to stack them in your favor, right? So you're constantly looking at that. What is the one thing that you can control yourself? How many spectacular trading days are there? Maybe 20% of the trading days in a year.
Hmm.
That's 50 trading days. That's 200 trading days where it's,
That's so true. And a lot of people, that's a great statistic that I always try to bring up, is that it's roughly 20% of days that the market actually trends. And they just define trend as like, kind of a movement from open to close, right? You could use linear regression. There's a lot of ways you can do it. But yeah,
a
only roughly,
spectacular trading day,
yeah,
20%.
20% of the time the market actually trends. And then the other 80% of the time, and again, you can just measure it with the highs and how big the wicks are. The market doesn't trend, so it's only 20% of the time you really get good opens and just moves in one direction all day. So yeah, having the chop plan, I think, is way more important, especially for intraday trading, than having the trend plan, because you're gonna get chop most of the time. Unfortunately, it sucks, right? We all wish that every time you get a nice trending day, it makes everything feel a little bit easier. But it's just not the way it happens, unfortunately. Yeah, most of the time it's chop. And that's just the stat that I bring up every now and then. I forget that a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people think the market trends. Now, the market trends on a higher time frame very consistently. It does not trend on a lower time frame very consistently at all.
And the sideways days set up for those big explosive moves
Hmm.
because you know that they're positioning. If they're just holding it within a range for 3 days in a row, then guess what? It's going to explode very shortly.
Yeah, and it's just again, you can eyeball it, right? If you look at the market, it's you grab like a 5-minute chart. Yesterday, I would pretty much define as a trend day, but if you just go back, that's Friday, so nothing. That's Thursday, maybe a little bit, but mostly nothing, right? So yeah, 20% of the times you really got to step on the gas, and the rest you better have a plan for the chop. But we're open. So I have this area right here, this low. This is where I talked about when we looked at the futures there. That's the important zone. That was our Sunday overnight level and now our Tuesday overnight level. Let's see what happens. The first couple ticks are up, and let's just see if that continues off that, or is it something that we're getting a revision on, or are we just going to be up and off to the races?
Checking to see right now the volatility for fear and everything, the inverse indicators still moving to the upside a little bit. And the dollar, let's see here. I can't wait to have my mouse back. The dollar is declining just ever so slightly, but silver and gold are still pulling back a bit, while we have natural gas and oil moving up. So energy definitely surging to the upside.
And the SPY continuing to grind here. It would be, dare I say, too easy if today was just kind of exactly like yesterday. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but it's starting the first 5 minutes anyway. It's starting to be a little bit of a repeat of yesterday. Got a couple trades on the go right off the bat here. We have an SRAD, RAD, I guess, and COHR. So this one would be, it can drop after yesterday's rocket, and then SRAD's probably the same thing. Yeah, I had a great day yesterday, and then a drop today. So trying to get to those pullbacks and those strong names.
Now I'm looking for a hood. I really like it on the bigger picture up above 80. If we can get up above there, big money is at 75.89. So watching that for a swing, if we can get it back up above.
Tough hit was to take a small loss in LIT this morning. I did take one half the share off yesterday near the close, but that thing came back on me. 62 points LIT. So it's dropping fast right now, guys. That thing was up.
Good exit.
It
get worse.
It closed really good. Like, this is how the setups are right now. When they even close really good, like closing action near the high of the day usually is a really good sign for a stock that had good catalysts, right? Normally you see a wick up there if it's kind of more that danger. You closed on the high and you're just destroying the low right now, right?
We've got also talking about FAS. Remember, I was mentioning that bigger money level on XLF of 50 with the big dark pool money, block trade money, whatever you want to call it, and we're below it. So watching that financial sector for potential entries, if you like them longer term, for the dividends, BAC down.
There's a huge takedown in basic materials, guys. Basic materials is just getting destroyed right now. Metals and minerals that were just breaking the highs, looking like a bullish chart, down 7% overall. Silver down 8.69% now for the day. Copper down 8.2%. They are just taking out basic materials, down 5% already on the day. 5%. We're not talking 1, we're talking 5.
Silver down 10. That's going to be
we have right now. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 sectors down over 6 sectors down over 2% already.
Just remember that this is still before 9:45. This can also be discounting to say, hey.
Well, yeah, and from the open, right? That's one of those things Mitch always
This is just the panic selling of the market orders. That's why
from the open, minutes, everything's down out the open.
Well, the
SPY's up from a lot of the algos are off. They're just those brokers are trying to fill the orders. It's chaos. It's a commuter train with panic getting in and getting out market orders. And then 9:45, we start to see it goes more directional.
Yeah, MAGS up from the open. IVG is ripping.
Just ignore it for the next 10 minutes and then see where the opportunities lie and then enter.
IVG is interesting here because we're just look at that.
Not what I was trained to do. Ignore rotation and look later. Now it's telling me everything's red from the open.
Well, not this, right?
Even energy's down.
Look, this software.
Yeah, that's not a sector. Ripping. That's an industry.
Oh, yeah, but okay.
We're talking sector-wise.
The bank takes your money if it's an industry, right? If it's the Mag 7, it's up from the open. If it's the SPY, it just turned red from the open. They'll take that, right? That's what we need to be looking for is where is the strength? XLF is doing great from the open here. So maybe grab, or we were talking about Visa. We were talking about all these places. Yeah, IVG, so software. I thought software was a sector, but even if I'll like maybe look at that. I read the ServiceNow guy, and I know you like this one, Mitch. The CEO took 3 mil, I think 3 or 4 mil from his own pocket and plowed it into this name, up on the day, up from the open, right? It's, there's a lot of strength out there. We just got to focus on it. So software, again, the thing that everyone hated might be the thing that everyone loves right now. So let's just see. Let's see what's going on there with software.
Well, I did read something as well that, there were some margin calls that happened on tech stocks. And where did they take the money from? They took the money from silver. So they sold a lot of silver positions to cover a lot of margin calls. And that's potentially where they've seen, silver tanking, is because it's the monetary as well as industrial use. And so they took some profits because it had moved up so much, just like we were
It's
talking about
tripled, yeah.
yesterday. It was up about 50%. And then they took some profits there. So we'll see if that continues today. I mean, we're seeing NVIDIA down. That 180 level is huge for NVIDIA. If we stay below over there, then we could potentially drop further on everything. I've seen yesterday with NVIDIA, we hit the bottom trend line of an upward trend channel. If we get back above 182.50, I think all this is just panic for no reason.
Well,
That
look at the
we are
SPY
up
right
above,
here, right?
yeah,
That's the
5
high of the
different
day.
quarters at 182, and it's just a discount, right? Bigger picture, this is discounting for major moves from March forward with seasonality.
Mag 7 continues to pop here near highs. SPY flirting here with today's highs. So this has been a bit of a pop. Again, it seems a little obvious that are we just going to do the same thing yesterday where we sold off and we scared everyone, we got the headlines going, then we ripped from the open, and are we just going to do? I don't know. Again, it could happen. It seems a little on the nose for me that we're just going to open up and rip today, but it's just what we're seeing, right? If you're not seeing the pop from the open, then you're missing it.
Could
Q's
just be
just
that
made new highs.
they changed their algos.
Well, and
They
it's
changed the algo MO.
if you're bullish, right, and you're seeing a 1.5% pullback in the market, you're buying it, right? And why wouldn't you? And if you were short yesterday and you made 1.5% overnight, you're probably ringing the register, taking some profits. But
Exactly.
Q's cleared the high here, so there's probably a lot of good tech stocks to watch here from the open. Yeah, Nvidia is ripping here from the open. We have Tesla up, TSLA if he can get going. Yeah, so that's kind of your weak points. So what else is Apple?
Apple's up on the day.
Oh yeah, a nice rip there on Apple. Yeah, so positive. Apple's interesting to me just because the chart pattern here is kind of interesting. They released some
The
new
MacBook
products
Pro
yesterday.
coming out as well.
Yeah, they released like cheap phones or something. I saw on my Twitter feed, like discount phones.
They have their own chip, right? They're not using anybody else's chip.
Which is why it's funny. Everyone clowned on them for not doing AI. And now Mac Minis, their little computers, are just flying off the shelves because their chip is just perfect for it. And the thing just kind of like sips power. Yeah, I just went on their website. They launched a bunch of stuff. New MacBooks, new MacBook Airs, new iPhone E's, which I think is their cheap version. Yeah, new iPads, new iPods, I guess. All kind or AirPods, all kinds of stuff. But yeah, just seeing this rip here continue, we got to keep an eye. Tech definitely seems to be leading here, and I'm noticing that just because the RSP, your equal weight stock, is just kind of hanging out. So it's definitely tech, it's software, the Mag 7 leading as well. So it's same thing we talked about yesterday. I guess maybe are these like the safe stocks now, the Mag 7, when people get worried about stuff? Is it no longer, do they no longer see them as growth stocks? Is the Mag 7 now like the safe haven that people are running to? Because that's what's doing well today.
Well, I think it's also, we've got
This
people that are
game's being played.
they get their money, like the mutual fund managers, ETF managers, every week you've got money pouring into the market. So they're like, just wait for a good entry. Okay, this is a good entry. We've had support here in the past. Let's enter there, right? We've got Nvidia up, AMD down, Oracle is up today too. Broadcom is down a little bit. But across the board, you've got stocks that are moving. It's just finding them and mapping out that setup ahead of time. So you trade your plan instead of just flying by the seat of your pants.
Yeah, and I'm really liking this now. I talk about this a bunch where I don't care about insider sells. There's a lot of reason to sell your own stock, right? You got tax,
AAOI is killing it today.
You're gonna you got tax, you got a divorce, there's tons of reasons that a CEO would sell some of his stock. But if you're buying your own stock, that means you're taking like a salary and you're taking after tax income. So the government's come and taken their money out of it, and then you're plowing that money back into. So like the ServiceNow CEO ponying up $3 million of his own cash to plow back into his company again after tax, after all this. That to me is really interesting and a nice base going on here. I like these low bases to be a little longer, but it just makes it real simple, right? So we got 110. If it breaks 110, I'm interested. If it breaks back under 100, so you're risking 10%. So the question is very simple. Do you think you can make 20% if you're right?
Just,
you make,
ask Dustin Motsovitz if that's a good trade idea.
What, buying
The
ServiceNow?
sub-penny people stack.
No, I'm talking about the Asana CEO that completely blew through $100 million just insider buying his own stock, and
That's
the stock
why,
went to the trash.
That's why
right?
you wait for price to confirm, right? It's not just
you don't just go in there and just throw your money at it and hope that it comes back up.
you
right?
always wait for price. But yeah, so you get a clear. It makes a very simple trade, right? You don't need to be a CMT to see this, right? You just take the highs, take the lows, and you say that's a 10% range. And then you just go, okay, do I think it's possible I can make 20%? If it's, if I've got a 50% chance to make 20% and I'm risking 10%, that's an amazing trade. You do that over and over again, you'll be rich in no time. So I just have an order set here now at right up here at 110. So if it breaks 110, I'm in. And then if it breaks back under 100, I'm out. Right? That's what they talk about with planning your trade, is that it should be that simple, right? You shouldn't have to think about it at all. If you get that push, great. If not, if it just falls out of bed here, that's totally fine too. It doesn't bother me.
Be relaxed either way. If you're dense with it.
Yeah, well, that means you size that for that 10% risk, you size it too much. So I guess that's the third part I didn't mention is, you have to go and say, okay, I'm risking 10%. So what am I comfortable losing? If I'm only comfortable losing $100, then I'll buy $1,000 worth. If I'm comfortable losing $1,000, I'll buy $10,000 worth, right? That's just relative to obviously the size of your account and your net worth and all that kind of personal stuff that we don't know or care about.
So Target shook me out yesterday, had earnings, and it's continued on the upside today. And you know how it is, guys. When I get out, they tend to run. Look at that chart now.
Well, you would have had to, right, with earnings, right? That's one of those
problem
things
where it's like I had to sell it because of that coming in. If I could hold it through the earnings, I mean, we would be singing in the streets today with Target. But
yeah, but I don't know. Is it like net? It wouldn't matter in like the life of your career if you hold through earnings. But it's just like, do you need the gray hairs holding the stock into earnings just in case they come out and just completely miss everything and fall into the trash?
I think
Japan is getting slaughtered. EWJ. That down at 82.50 looks interesting as a potential on a daily.
Japan getting hit hard. That's what that is. That just shows us the global markets are really kind of tanking, and that's not a good sign for our market overall. We all know that eventually we start to follow. So,
well, it's also, if you also look right at the futures, you look at the broad. I don't know if you go to CNN.com.
VIX is ripping.
Yes, CNN.com also has global markets. And when you see that it tends to be a red day in Asia, it tends to follow around the world. So as much as I trade the US market, I'll look to see as well to see, hey, is it red in Asia? Is that going to have a red continuation for the day? And then many times you'll see that it's just a continued move throughout the world. Majority of the time, it is green. But when you do have a red or a sideways day in Asia, you can see that also continue into the US markets.
Yeah, Q's still just hanging out near lows here. It's the opening range. This might be an interesting day. Where's Rando? I know he's an ORB trader or an opening range trader. This might be interesting. I don't know what range you use, but like if you look at the 15-minute range, it's been nothing. We've just been hanging out inside this 15-minute
And
range.
is this going to be
So,
a sell the pop, continue, like NVIDIA is testing, I see a bunch of moving averages from the bottom now. So is this the point at which that short the pops is going to be consistent gains while we're going sideways?
well, I think you hit it on the head, Jane, where when emotions run high, that first open, like the 15 minutes, 30 minutes of the open, can just get pretty wonky because you've got so many competing market orders just flying through the market, right? People buy, people sell, and it creates this chop, and then we can go from there. We do have a Fed Williams speaking. I don't know if we care about that guy, but
Is he voting or not?
I don't know any of these people. And then we've got a Kashkari as well.
It's wild today, guys. There's still every single sector red from the open.
So that means it's a short bias day trading day is what I look at when I see that. I'm not going to go for longs when every sector is red. It's going against the general daily trend.
GV.
The industrial trade breaking down big today, guys. Cat really starting to fall there. So names really starting to fall now. A name to maybe attack on the short side that is starting to go red, ATI. But that's just me trying to attack names that are getting hit.
Let me turn on my moving averages. On average, we tend to see the UVXY, VXX, UVIX move up max 10 days. So the drawdowns tend to be on average 10 days maximum. 3 to 5 on average, but 10 days are the biggest that we see usually. So if you just sit back and go, you know what, I'm going to wait as a longer bias trader till it simply stops this crazy panic. And then you go, okay, perfect. We've got a support level. I'm going to get it, right?
Well, we're what at VIX 20? That can't be right? We're only at VIX 22. Is that really right?
No, that's not right.
Yeah,
I see it at, hold on. I've got it delayed and I see it at 25.
VIX. Let's just do this one. What? The VIX confuses me. There.
VXX, I've got it 32.
Yeah, that one just. So the reason I do it, and you'll remember this, Jane, from your CMT stuff, is what it's the VIX divided by 16 is what the expected move is for the market. So, right, they're expecting 1.5%.
Yeah, I put on my, I've got some moving averages I like. People call it spaghetti, but a lot of times they'll stop on it. And so we're above one right now. Next one is up at 33.91. So am I going to say, hey, I'm going to panic? No.
Well, and it's just for reference, right? So this was the VIX during the tariff tantrum, right? This is the volatility we saw during the tariff tantrum. So we're at VIX levels of what happened in November of last year. I'm so old.
November of last year.
Like that's the VIX levels we're at. I don't even remember
But
what happened.
at 33.20 for VXX, that's where I would say, hey, if it does not stop at 33.20 for VXX, then I am going to say this market is in serious trouble. I was talking about it before I even flew down last Tuesday that, hey, this market, I'm seeing that we have big money above us, right? And typically the last week of February tends to be the bleeding. It's the bleeding that happened in 2020.
Oh, that's a good point.
It started on the 28th of February.
Yeah, a lot of people talk about February seasonality, and they're right? The seasonality in February is generally not ideal, but it's really, I think it's Ryan Diedrich put out a chart. His charts are great. Put out a chart that showed it's really not February. Let's see if I can find it. It's the last like 2 weeks of February that
Yeah.
are generally down, and then from there, from March on, things are okay. But oh, perfect, right? So this, like, shout out to this guy.
So
I don't think
Tack
he
is
needs.
also asking what's up with gold. So right now in the gold future since January and GLD since January, we're still up above big money. They have not had their full on sell of their position. I still have all quarters below. GC, the futures at 46.1450, and for GLD at 424.22. So I'm still bullish overall. We had an extension. It's coming back.
So this is
So just
72.9% of stocks making new lows right now, and 83.1% of stocks declining.
cool.
and that means
That
hey,
is
everything's on
not
sale.
good.
It's a positive. Everything's on sale.
Yeah, well, it just depends whether you want to short.
Man,
If shorting
get Jane
momentum.
to the car man. Get Jane as a car salesman because she'll tell you that the cars are on sale at the car shop.
Yeah, well, if things go down,
All a
well,
matter
this
of
is
filter, right?
so. This is the
guess.
chart we were talking about here, Jane, and this is the seasonality, and we've actually followed it. So this is the last 20 years of just by month. What does the market do? So what he has highlighted here is it's not like the beginning of February is usually up, and then you have this goes mid-February down to mid-March, and you can say stocks. You can see your stocks have bottoms in mid-March over the past 20 years. So for the next 2-3 weeks, you expect this, right? It's the end of February, and then it's the beginning of March, and then around mid-March, around March 15th, that generally speaking is going to be the bottom, and you can get some push. And if I'll grab the chart later for you guys, but if you zoom into the seasonality chart of the election, it's the same thing. You get a move down at this time where people are not really keen on trading kind of the mid-market or the pre-election, we don't really know what's going on type of stuff. So
Well, it
yeah,
also correlates too with earnings. Like the earnings season is done.
well, and
And
taxes,
then
yeah.
we move forward and we have that stall in the market until FOMC. So why not discount the market, right? Go on vacation for 2 weeks, go on the ski trip, go to the beach, wherever you are, go to the opposite, and then just come back mid-March. Get back in the market. It's like sell in May and go away, right? The market's bullish from March on, typically mid-March. It's going to be rocking. So
Well, this is
it's
what we've talked about, right? And if you guys have been watching the entire year, it's right. In bull markets, you buy when the market dips. You don't short when the market dips. And I've been saying that basically since the lows were put in April. I remember every one of these, there was some reason that the world was coming to an end. On every single one, there was some narrative out there. It's, it sounds easier than it is because that's what you need to, that the news is always going to look the worst at the bottom, and it's always going to look the best at the top. It's how markets has to work. Every dip, there's a reason. Every dip, this is the scary narrative that's got everyone spooked out and blah, 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 blah. And every time, at some point, the dip is over. And we are just in dip territory. This isn't bear market. This isn't correction. We're not down like not even 5% on most indices. And so we just need to look at when that's going to happen. I'm not pulling the trigger right now, right? I bought some stuff yesterday. I'll probably get stopped out of a bunch of that today. But it's the shopping list time. So what do you like and what's holding? Like we talked about software, right? We haven't checked on that in a few minutes. If software holds, I'm going to go on a buying spree today because up from the open. So software still doing great. So we talked about like ServiceNow. I gave you a trade plan for that. Here's what, right? So there is, you can panic because the market's down 1.5%, or you can just put on your shopping cap and say, hey, what do you like yesterday that's down a little bit more today? And if it's doing worse than the market right now, maybe skip it. If it's doing better than the market right now, like software being up from the open, well, maybe that's a place you go shop, right? So,
Yeah.
you
And
know, you,
also look back. That's also why I like to use moving averages.
Yeah.
Is when you look back, like Taiwan Semiconductors is bouncing off of my 33 exponential, or it's just below by $2. But for $300 stock, that's not that much. We could have a big wick. We could see at 10 o'clock, boop, buy algos are turned on. We just see the rip. Everything is great. That's what somebody was saying about silver
oof, the
yesterday was they
ATL.
sold it right at the 10 a.m. mark that they found
Now,
the code for selling.
I know the chat's talking, and Larry, I can't blame you for talking about it, how you're saying that a lot of individual stocks are running. But when I look into the market breadth, I see only now 10.7% advancing. So the numbers are going down, they're not going up. So don't know where the stocks that are running here and continuing to hold here. So
Well, looks BITL. Let's look
I
Target.
mean, basic materials is down now 6.4%, and that was looking like a good move there. Your safe havens are getting absolutely destroyed. Gold down at 9.93%, silver down 11.26%. Industrial metals and minerals that were just starting to jump. They were just starting to look at uranium, starting to get the lift. That is getting absolutely annihilated, down 8.61%.
Well, and
And
again,
that's
this is the
it's
beauty of you can do with scanners, right? So,
right.
you know, if you're trying to say what stocks are up, well, if you don't have a scanner or any sort of screening capability, you won't really know. But if you just grab, you know, Trading View, FinViz, Trade Ideas,
Even
TrendSpider,
stock analysis has got it too.
talking any of these things, and you just go, okay, so here is up today,
So here's one to give you guys a little bit more
right?
picture into the breadth. Only
MOBX.
41 stocks of the Qs are up. The rest of them are down. And I'm giving everything, like
So
even like
41 out of 100, that's not bad.
but yeah, but like 30 or 40 of those are under like 0.5. So it's only like really
So
the
that's a
breadth is
great
here. And
shopping ground. You know, you
Yeah, so
found the
that means
stocks.
60% of tech
14
stocks are on
stocks.
sale.
14
Well,
stocks are up over 1% today in the
right.
green.
I'm going to
So
sell
that's
you some tech stocks, Mitch.
well, no, but that what Mitch just did there was beautiful. So you could either look at that and say, "Oh my God, everything's horrible. I should short everything." If you think the momentum's going to continue, go ahead. I've never had luck shorting in the hole, as that's the term on Wall Street for shorting as things are going down. Or you could look at those 14 stocks and you go, great. Now there's only 14 stocks. That's amazing. I can just go
Yeah,
and look at those.
there's
That's not
14.
that many, right? And then here, so all I did here on FinViz, right, is I went in and I said, okay, technical stocks that are up today. That's it, right? No affiliation here. I'm gonna. They should give me a link, but let's look. So Adobe. So if we like Adobe, that's up today. Remember this AFJK? That's up today. AMMD. Oh, that's a bear ETF. But yeah, you can go and you can just go look. ASAN. We talked about that earlier. That's up today. ASTS. I know that's a fan favorite. Let's take a look at that. That's the beauty of down days is that if you're someone out there that likes to buy stocks, you should love down days because they show you where the relative strength is. ASTS doesn't care what's going on.
AVAV
That's a nice
up
little breakout.
8%.
Yeah,
AVAV
but that
doesn't
one was
care.
down 20%. They said you swung that
Okay, so
yesterday and
you
you got
just made the
destroyed.
argument too that it was
Right.
discounted 20% and now it was a good buy because it was down so much.
Right. You buy the dip. Right.
I can't
You
handle
just
today, guys.
validated the argument
I'm gonna
there,
go into the
Mitch.
cave. I'll go
You,
into the cave.
you,
We'll go
you,
into the cave.
well, no, it's because what happens right now doesn't matter. Like we always talk, like
You're in
this
the red
is
cave.
like what is happening. Like just think about it for a trading point of view. What is happening right now is the most relevant thing in the world. We're talking about what's going to happen for the rest of today and tomorrow. That's the entire point. That's the whole reason we're here, right? If we can look at it and say, yes, the market is down right now. That's great. The question is, does the market being down right now mean that we short everything? or do we look for things to buy? So Mitch he's focused on the stuff going down, and great, maybe he'll grab some great shorts out of that.
No,
But the
not
world's
even.
well, then why
I'm in cash as a position right now.
well
That's
then
what I'm in.
why bother looking at them, right? Why not do what me and Jane are doing and saying there's a lot of strength in the market. Where is it? And then
Or I could say, peace out. I'm off to go look at a condo. Let me look at a different investment.
yeah, there you go.
That might be the move right
Oil.
now.
Oil is interesting.
But then
BATL.
again,
Really am. I'm off to go
Oh,
look at a
BTU.
condo for my mother-in-law. So I'm going to peace out. I will see you all on Thursday. Have a great one.
go get that investment property.
AVAV, geez, is just ripping here. So yeah, this is what I'm going to be spending my day doing. I'm not going to be spending my day going, oh, woe is me, the market's down a bit. I'm going to go, man, great, right? We're at the prices not seen since like what, a week ago, 2 weeks ago. We're not in bear market territory.
If you're looking for a name, I'll give you a name in the drone space. I can always give you names. I'm just not taking the shots today. Like ONDS, that is on a pullback. It's a drone name. All the other drone names are up, but
I'll get you one day, Mitch. I'll get you. I know I've been working on you for a year to buy dips in bull markets, because that's how money's made.
Yeah, I guess I just got my arm chopped off too much yesterday. So
well, and that's you got to put the emotions aside, right? So what you're saying is that an emotional thing happened to you, and now you're reacting today based off that emotional thing. I don't know if today's going to be the bottom. I've got no idea. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that if I can find stocks that don't care, like BTU, I was just looking at. I love BTU. It's a great stock. I've made money on tons in the past. It's up great. Yeah. It's hitting new highs today, right? I'm not going to focus on the fact that there's a bunch of stocks down. I'm going to focus on the ones that are up. So like BTU this is a really interesting chart to me. So I'm making a list. I've got a list down here in TradingView, and I labeled it shopping list, and I'm just typing in names. So BTU is interesting. If we break, you can draw this out as a pretty simple pattern here, right? We talked about BATL. I don't know if I would chase the oil names up here. I think I'm with you there, or BATL. I think these are probably a little bit too far done. You can see the robot tried to short it there and got stopped out. But, these oil names, so like maybe an ExxonMobil, maybe a Chevron, maybe these are names to take a look at. So yeah, ExxonMobil is actually pulling back today. Yeah, these are the exercises. And this is what's important to do on these days. I just see so many traders getting just lost in the market's down. I go, okay, good. What are you going to do about it? Right? If you want to just leave, then just leave, right? That won't make you any money, guaranteed that. But if you just take the time and just go through, like CBOE, always bet on the bookie, right? These guys are probably going to make a whole bunch of money today with the increased trading, and just make this list. I'm not saying you buy them today, but I'm saying now you're doing the work and you have the list of names that were really strong. So like CBOE did great, you just go through and you start to take a look. These are the stocks that are doing amazing. Let me add them. CME, again, always bet on the bookie. CME, right? Add this to the list. And then you just wait. And when the market chills out, maybe later today, might not be till tomorrow. Well, okay, great. Then then you've got your list. You've done the work. You've set the alerts. You're ready to go. You have the relatively strong names. You have the names that did not care at all about what's going on in the world. Costco, another one. And then you just buy them. Then you've got yourself a nice little portfolio. And then while everyone else was panicking, you were buying the dip. That's how you buy the dip. Might continue to dip. Who knows? But, at least you got the plan.
Well, I just said today, and I didn't kind of share the trade with you guys just because at the end of the day, I have no idea where the market's going. So I just bet against my swing. That's all I did. And I bet against my mag swing, and I'm doing pretty well off of that, right? So we'll see what happens if the VIX can keep going higher. But that's all I did. I just said, you know what, I'm going to take a shot on that. We'll see what happens if it pays out or not, right? So.
Well, yeah, my point is that no one ever knows what the market's going to do.
I'm just going against my own positioning here in the swing. So
it's the goal of it is not to know what the market's going to do. The goal of it is to be able to find the name that the institutions are flowing money into. And I guess my major point is that is no easier than a day like today, right? The easiest time in the world to find where people putting their money is when everything else is red and then there's a couple things that are green. And you look at those things, you say, oh, if there's only like 3 things green today, that's what they didn't sell. So
this just at least in my the way that I do trading a lot is of course finding rotation and industries. Right now, it's just too much of a sea of red for me to be trying to buy this is when I talk about like buying the falling knives. This is literally playing with knives.
well,
And
that's
that's when I
why,
normally just go to cash.
right? Like BTU, not a knife, right? Unless the knife's pointing upwards.
I mean, that was a stock I gave on the playbook yesterday. It's not like I wasn't looking at coal, but it's just
I'm just saying I'm finding
very
that
different,
today by
right?
using this simple method of just show me the stuff that's up. So we went through tons of them. We went through CME, went through CBOE, right? CME's up here today, having nice. We got IVG that's holding on nicely. We talked about service now. So if you listen, you got like 10 names plus that are looking really interesting here, right? IVG is still up from the opening print. We got service now. Again, I like this thing if it gets over 110, and we're good. We're good to go. What are they talking about with Sark? You guys still shorting? You still keep betting against poor Kathy? Oh, Sark's down big today. Is that must mean Kathy's up today? Yeah, well, there you go.
I'll be back, brother.
Arc, holding on. So why is Sark? Is Sark under? They shut that down? Is that what's going on here? Oh, we just not have a daily chart for it? Oh yeah, it's up big today. Doing super well there. So yeah, there's a lot of things to do on days like today, right? What I think is you take a look and what I've always done when I was a discretionary trader on days like this, I've just gone and focused and said, okay, now's the shopping list building day. Might not be the day to shop, might not be the shade to buy stuff, right? It might not be the day to pull the trigger, but it's a day to get the list and to get the list together and start watching. And then you just have a watch list. You can just do it right here. So I can just show you in Trader Evolution. You can hit add new symbols and create a list. Or you can just go down, you can just create new. So you just make a list right here. So let's do it with everyone. Like, just go shopping. Right? What did I add? I wanted BTU. I wanted CME looked interesting. We had Costco or Now. Let's do service now. Right? And I'm just making a list like this. Doesn't mean I got to buy them today, but it means now I've got this list. So then I come back to it at the end of the day and say at the end of the day, all of these stocks also look like crap. Just get rid of them, right? And have a good one, right? You just say, I kick them off. But say half of them, a TPET, there might be another one to look at. But say some of these, hold on. Say there's like 3 of them that look really good by the end of the day. Well, great. Those are the 3 that I'll probably end up buying on the close. I have a plan. I've had a productive day instead of I'm worried that the market's falling day. And that's what most people are doing, right? Is they're inactive and they'll be worried as opposed to being active. And look at Crow trading this TPAT. Right? Lots and lots of trends out there, lots of things to trade. Q's still holding on to the low of the day. SPY, yeah, SPY's been a little bit worse. IVG still holding the low of the day. So what, we're 39 minutes in? Everything's all right. The numbers look bad, of course. But the question is, what do you do? Are you going to short a market that's down, the IWM, 3.5% today? I don't have the guts. I hope if you do, it works out great for you. But you can see what the robot's doing, right? So the robot bought UAMY on the pullback. It bought RCUS on the pullback. It's buying a lot of these names that, if you go to the daily chart, it'll be clear. Unfortunately, we don't have today's daily chart. But the are we going to get daily charts? right? So NATL, we're a little bit, we're right at this price there. So you can just, I knew like 15-minute chart. So you see what these are stocks that were really strong yesterday and are pulling back today, but they're not breaking yesterday's low, which is relative strength, right? Everything else is, well, not everything else, but the market is under yesterday's low. So my bot is just saying, okay, what's not under yesterday's low? And buy that. RCUS pulling back a bit, but yesterday's low was all the way down here. And by doing that, right, it's finding some of these names. Like, I don't know what DK is. Let's take a look. DK, Dlek Holdings. Oh, it's oil refining, right? It's a great, I'm up $61 on that trade. And the whole premise was great day yesterday, pull back today. Not rocket science, right? NTLA, same thing. NTLA had a wicked day yesterday and then a little bit of pullback today, but well above yesterday's low. SMTC, huge day yesterday, a little bit of a pullback today, above yesterday's low, right? Just so everything you see here is now from the long side, nothing from the short, because I think I got stopped out of all my shorts. I did. All right, I got shot, or SRAD was a long. I got stopped out of that. But BATL, it tried to short, failed on that one. That's okay. And I got a bunch of longs going on.
That's my entry. BATL. I'm short there too, Nuss.
Oh yeah. Well, hopefully it works out for you. Right?
Yeah. What's your analysis? How are you doing with the volatility?
It's good, right? It's.
I'm curious about your bots. Like, are the bots? Do you decrease size, increase size? What's your take on that?
Nothing.
Just leave them.
It's a very stoic or zen existence, because you do nothing, right? You test. Well, first of all, the important thing is that you test over periods of volatility. Specifically for day trading, I want to allow 2020 in. So if my testing can't go as far back as 2020, I'm not really interested, because there's a lot of strategies that I bet you do great and got blown up in 2020. So first of all, you test to have the confidence of, okay, right? I know volatility can happen and sometimes it will hurt, and sometimes it will be amazing. And when you have that tested, then all of a sudden you just kind of let them go. Now, everything I do uses ATR. Again, it's probably the quant's like favorite indicator, average true range, and it adapts based off that. So it uses a short-term period ATR. So it's always, for these particular things, it's always either looking at today's action or yesterday's action and adjusting based off that range. So as the range increases, there will be some natural decrease that happens in the bot, and as ranges narrow, there'll be some natural like increase in size that happens, but it's all risk-based. So like these ones I'm showing, so RCUS, they're all risking $50 and it's all based off yesterday's low price. So if the candle is bigger, well, then it just means, right? So there's $50 on NTAL based off yesterday's low, right? So if the range is larger, then it's just going to trade smaller. And if the range is very small, it's just going to trade larger. And that's how it's able to adapt to these, right? DK, there's yesterday's low. It's risking $50, up 61 or something now. So there's some amount that's built into the system, but I do nothing. And that's actually, for me, the best part about all this is that I've tested everything I've done through. This isn't new to me, and it's not new to my systems. So I can just come in, I hit the same button every day and let it go. Whereas there's a lot of people out there feeling a little panicky, and that's probably because they don't have systems they've tested through these, right?
Yeah, I imagine that. Yeah, I was curious on the sizing, just because with this increased volatility, of course, you have a little bit more irrationality that can run rampant. If the PDT was at 2,000, I was just envisioning what would be going on right now.
Oh yeah,
just across the board, it's just insane volatility.
Well, and you're even seeing it. I got a couple of emails from not us, but other prop firms and brokers and things like that, like lowering leverage and margin across the board to other.
Okay. Yes.
Again, not us.
Mitigating their risk.
yeah, good for us, right? Not doing that. I think part of it is because we're so used to it because yeah, the market's moved like 2%, but you trade stuff that moves like 200% a day. So what's a 2% move, you know?
Right. Yeah. Speaking of that, in one right now, this
Oh, it's
BATL, I'm
California.
giving it a little bit more risk than usual. The chart's not pretty that I've been involved with, but I was anticipating this open uh, from the offering that it put in. I mentioned that
Yeah.
over on X, and of course to you guys, the offering's at $5.50, guys. Of course, Battle is it's in the oil
Oh,
theme space. This is the leading gapper, so there's going to be irrationality here. I do have a hard stop on it. But with the offering at 5.5 and it being 15 million shares, which is their entire flow, I like the short here. Of course, I have a hard stop over 33. Thankfully, I'm sizing fairly small on it to allow for this because it is the leading play of the day. But look, you got sizing is everything. I was seeing some traders this morning getting killed on this T-Pet that this
yes, that's
traditionally
crazy.
Nos, this is typically this play, as a hangover. And I
Yeah,
saw some big players that trade those hangovers as well, and they're getting involved with it. Of course, the 4 a.m. spike happened, and it just either A, you're getting liquidated, or B, you're getting if again, but that's sizing. A lot of that is
hmm,
sizing too. So again, in this market, look, there's a few different things you can note, but the thing I've heard from nearly every trader is if you're in a rut, size down. You'll see your edge more clear. It allows
yeah,
for clarity. If you're blowing up, size down. And that's going to allow you to see what's working, what's not working. Everything I see everything Nas points towards sizing.
yeah.
Because here's the thing, an edge is not an edge without the discipline to just trade that edge consistently with the proper sizing. So everybody's got
Well,
to, that, Nos, because everybody has a strategy, but
yeah.
that strategy is not what really takes you to the next level and keeps that equity curve nice and pretty.
Well, and it's why I mentioned that, right? Everything, everything in my opinion should be size based off just your account, right? You'll hear the rule of thumb used all the time, which I think is way too big, is people say risk 1% of the value of your account any trade. Again, I think
Yeah.
that's too large, but um, the beauty of a methodology like that for prop firms, I think it should be a percentage until we take your account away. I think that makes more sense. But
Yeah.
the thing of using consistent position size like that is that you will naturally adapt to high volatility markets, right? If you're saying, okay, I'm going to take whatever the range of the stock was today or yesterday, and that's going to be my risk, and I'm going to risk $100 per trade, then you're not really even having to think about it. Is that as volatility and sizes increase, because you're just using a math equation and something in Excel or a little app you make with Claude Code or whatever, you're able to just go, okay, let me just go through and adapt this really, really quickly. And just, this is my position size. We have the little position size calculator you can do in Trade the Pool app as well, right? And
Yeah.
just kind of let that go.
Let's cash. Trying to cash here. Boom.
What you cashing on, Money
$6,000.
Mitch?
$6,000 eval trade.
Nice.
Let's go. What ticker?
This was VIX.
Okay.
Betting against my trade in the swing. I betted against my own trade. That's what made me
Well,
money in the eval.
another beauty of what we do, right? That would be is a hedge, right? You
Hedge.
can
Yeah.
do that.
Now
You can do day
I gotta
trading
be
hedge,
careful.
and
They're gonna try to flip this. Let's see if they can flip the market, right? Because I just sold the VIX position. Well, I'm gonna look to see if the VIX takes off here, or do we get a quick pullback? If we get that quick pullback, maybe the market comes back into play. I don't know, man. I can tell you right now, I have very little read on this market because I thought the bulls were putting in a nice stand here. There had been so many defendings of 680s. Today, no defense. This
Huh.
looks horrible. So
Yeah.
in my eyes, like I either got it completely wrong that the Bulls were going to stand up here, or the Bears have completely taken control. That's what I'm seeing. And that's why you see red light in the back. That's why you see no positions on. The only position on that I'm holding is the Mag 7, just wishing and hoping that it's going to hold. But I'm just holding it to my wrist right here. I'll give it just a little bit more here, but I'm completely done for the day.
Well,
I finished
and
it
I think
today when I woke up.
and I think that's important to note because if your system
Yeah.
doesn't have edge, there's a lot of people making a ton of money out there right now. But if your
Oh
system
yeah.
doesn't have edge, the discipline to not do anything is even more important than anything, right? Is
It's
to look
Yeah.
at
very
it and
important.
say,
Yeah.
say I'm not reading it good, or you know,
Yeah.
for even
Literally.
systematic traders, we just go my system, and for us it just happens manually, right? Like I've got a lot of trades on right now because it's liking the volatility, but you see sometimes it comes in and there's like one trade that I've taken. I'm in 8 right now and I've taken 10. And sometimes you'll come in, there'll be 0 or none, and that's just the way the system's saying in this market I don't have edge. And it's going to be a different market for everyone. Some people
Yeah.
are going to love the volatility. Some people are going to hate it. Some people need trends. Some people hate trends, right? It doesn't matter what it is. It's, again, does your system have edge? If it does, get to work. If not, sit out.
Yeah, and this is really all about also just kind of reading the market too, right? Because I was playing even defensive areas, and I talked about it this week that what you needed to be careful was if the value trade turned. If the value trade turned, that could really start affecting the SPY. That's when you get the real takedown, right? Because there was already concern about the AI trade, all that situation. How do you really turn things? You turn on value today, and continued downside action in the XLP tells me that that's not even safety there. You're not even safe in the consumer staples here. So that's where things get difficult when it's an everything down move. And that's what we're getting today. Everything down move, right? Yeah, you might find a specific stock, but the overall market health is really ugly today. And nobody could tell me otherwise because everything's down over 1.5%. Literally everything. This is I put it this way. There hasn't been a day like this since probably Liberation Day. Since that time. There hasn't been a day like this. The
You know,
whole time.
you make a good point. I'm glad you make it
See?
because traders see all the volatility and they think, okay, I mean, that does create opportunity, but is it the
Oh,
opportunity that you can see, right? Is it the
exactly.
opportunity that your edge has that you have edge in? Here's the
Yeah.
thing. Here's the thing. Like, look, yesterday I traded the 50% reclaim on one of those tickers and it worked out well. But outside of that, I saw the volatility, but I was like, man, I don't think really the hangovers are gonna play out like they normally do. I'm just
Yeah.
going to either size down or just kick back and not and just
Oh,
and that's what
God.
I'm doing pretty much with BATL because
Yeah.
BATL, look, they did the offering. I love to smack these offerings, but again, here's where traders have problems when they demand that the market feels predictable because
Hmm.
the market
Exactly.
can be unpredictable way longer, as the quote goes, than we can be solvent. So I I'm just going to allow for the predictability. I'm annoyed, obviously, that this trade's holding up when it's up so much and offering down. But I've stopped set. I'm not trading certainty. I'm trading. The only certainty I'm trading is what I'm going to do in the face of that uncertainty.
You got
I
that
just have
right.
a stop.
Right.
So these are the last 2 days. So I just went and I ran because, you know, Mitch was saying it's been a while since we've seen those. And the beauty of it, again, a simple
AI.
stat you can, no, I just grabbed rate of change, right? Most platforms, most places out there will have a rate of change indicator. I just made the value 1. And so this shows the rate of change every day of the S&P 500. We had one of them on November. I forget what happened in November. And then I think this one was the Great Cooking Oil Crisis, October of 2025. That's when he got mad about cooking
Oh, the
oil.
seed oils.
The seed oils or whatever that he was
Yeah,
banning. So yeah,
yeah.
we're there. So then the question is, right? We haven't really gone anywhere since the great seed oil or cooking oil crisis of
That's funny.
2025. But yeah, look at those, and you can just eyeball them too, right? If you just go to the SPY, just look at the size of the bars, right? If you don't want to
That's
get
funny.
super nerdy like me, right? We had one massive day back here that's still way bigger than this day. And then, yeah, this is the seed oil one. And then what I remember, because this was a Friday, I can remember this one. I'm not that old, because then it was like right after the market closed. He was just like, "Just kidding, guys, we'll be fine." Then it just like gapped up huge the next day.
Yeah.
So and that really, at the end of the day, we got to remember that you guys got a president that every time the market down ticks, he he chickens out of whatever he's doing. So right, it's very easy for him to go, okay, we won, the war's over. Congrats.
So that's funny. The seed oils that was going on during the money show. Actually, I recall that was a fun
This
time.
is it's a wild time, right? And then so you got to know if you're also what's called trading in the zone, especially for my subjective traders. You guys know all what it feels like when you're trading in the zone and
Yeah.
when you're out of the zone, right? And when the markets get to these times, if you're not on the right ship, it might make sense to just get off the boats.
Yes, but don't stop working. That's
Stop working. That's what I'm doing, right? You
Yeah.
guys see me working. I'm just looking at sectors and I'm just trying to find the trend, right?
Right.
Because that's what I need to find, the next trend, not the one that's already been going like energy. I feel you guys. I understand that. Like that's an obvious one, right? But we need to see what's going to be the next move because like XLI had just put in a new high and it's doing a key reversal day, right? What's
Well,
called key reversals, right?
or
Key
is it
reversals
giving you an
are
entry?
it's usually not like this technically, right? I mean, I know you're the CMT, so I'll never say that I'm the CMT here.
But I look at this and
You know,
the-
it's an ugly day at least to begin with. We don't know where the day is going to end, right?
when sectors of market rips, everybody says, "Man, I really wish I got in. I wish it would pull back to get in." Then they pull back, and everyone goes, "Oh crap, it's pulling back. I can't buy it here." And then it rips, and then it rips again, and they go,
You're right.
"Oh man!" And it's just like that. Like how? Again, I'm not saying that we're going to
I
bottom here. I
can't
have
buy
no
on
idea.
daily. You can buy on monthlies. That's what I usually look at when I think like that.
Well, you
Right,
gotta
Michael. So I go further back in time, right? I tell myself, hey, if you're feeling like that, well then take a look at the deeper time frame, right?
I
'Cause that's what
remember
needs
being on
to
WhatsApp.
be
Was either
smart.
this one or this day, whichever day it was. I remember being on WhatsApp with a bunch of you guys saying, "What are we buying?" And I was buying hand over fist. And
It's important.
I feel like if we get a big flush today, I'm looking at this, I'm saying, yeah, it's a down day, but it doesn't feel crazy to me. But if we get an acceleration here, and the market's down 4 or 5%, like from the open, because we always talk about how important that is from the open. I feel like I'm going to be doing the same thing. I just looked at my account. I've got high 5 figures worth of cash, and I'm going to start deploying it. Not all of it right now, but I just feel like today is the day. And this is what, when you were gone, I was showing the people how you can just make these shopping lists in Trader Evolution, right? So I've got BTU, right? That one's interesting. Still holding up, pulling back a bit. But if that one holds, we talked about Service Now. That has really nice pattern here. So, right, you get to work, man. Like that's the...
Guys, I'm laughing over here because I'm telling ChatGPT to stop being lazy.
Yeah, good. Oh man, I read a study, and I think this was Harvard, that the AI will perform better if you threaten it with physical harm.
Yes.
I read this study.
I do what you tell me. I tell it I'm going to turn it into a Goldman Sachs intern and I'm going to keep it in a basement. I literally tell it that.
I had one that just wouldn't. I was trying to get it to solve this like math problem for my back tester. And I said, listen, this is your last chance, or I'm just deleting you. I'm turning you off. I'm taking you off my computer. You're gone. I literally said, this is a gun to your head moment. And then I walked away and I grabbed a sandwich. I came back. It solved the problem. So I don't know why. It's not a real thing. It shouldn't.
Its mortality was threatened.
It shouldn't care. But yeah, there was actually, I think it was a Harvard study where they took the same problem and they talked to it very nicely and they talked to it neutrally and then they talked very aggressively to it. And they said it just performs better if you're mean to it. Now, does that mean my house is on a list for when Skynet takes over? Now, I don't know.
No.
Like, my grandmother, or my mom always thanks Siri every time. So maybe she'll be spared and I won't. Maybe that's how that will work. But
you'll be dead by that time. Don't worry about it. I don't think you're gonna live to see that day.
I hope. I hope not.
I hope so too. I do not want iRobot 2.0.
Mm.
Especially not the iRobot ones. Just like you don't want the 21 day later zombies, right? Give me slow zombies. Give me like slow robots. Like I think I could outrun the Terminator.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
But the iRobot ones, no, those guys were
you're
fast.
done.
No way. 21 day. Give me like, what was it? The last, or not Last of Us, the the Walking Dead zombies,
Yeah.
I'd be fine. Just give me an axe. I'll be fine. But those 21-day though, the sprinters, like, no way. I'm out. I'm done.
Hole up in a cave.
Yeah.
Watching TURB, TMDE, and TPET. I know just for small caps, just those are moving.
And yeah, sorry guys, I'm just gonna bounce. I got a doctor's appointment for the kids, so I'm gonna switch over here to Kevin. I will see you guys tomorrow. If I leave and the market rips, maybe I'll just stay away for a while. But
Hey,
trade
maybe
safe
that's
out there, guys. Huh?
well. Yeah, you have a good one, my friend. At least you came in with the systems, and guess what? Didn't have to worry too much. So go, not worry, my friend. Have a good one.
Go, not worry. They will hopefully make me money, but if not, I'll just hit the same button again tomorrow. Later, guys.
Not a bad life. Not a bad life. Enjoy it, my friend.
If you're losing, press the other button, guys.
You're right. Yeah.
Dude, now we're seeing a drop in the market here. I just said, you know what? I'm gonna dig in. I just doubled down on the mags. I put literally a 2 cent stop here, and I said, I'm that's it. Just close the account. I closed the account, guys. So then now I can play with the money that I made in the day trade account, though. So I can have some fun, right? I already made 6,000. Let's go make some more. Let's see if we can actually see this market kind of rip right back up. How are you guys seeing the market overall? Josh, I'll kick to you. I know that you take a look at a lot of different stocks. I know my man Kevin destroys those pennies and those small caps. Not even pennies, mainly small caps. We'll just say pennies is out of the small caps. We're gonna call that micro caps. But Josh, how are you seeing it out there?
For large cap wise, like, yeah.
Overall market, how you seeing things, man? I'll kick it to you.
I like it.
What are
I
you
mean,
seeing, Josh?
I like the validity we're finally getting here in the large cap sector. Of course, the small caps have been hot. They're staying hot. I got some orders in here for TMDE. So I love the small cap sector. It's really, I think, providing extra life for a lot of newer traders out there that are coming back around. Reminds me of 5-6 years ago, 2020, 2021. Not as hot as that year or year and a half, but it's definitely smoking since September. And so it's providing you a lot of good longs, providing you with some good shorts. Granted, what you're doing in the short sector. You got to know what you're doing there. A lot more the breaking out. I think buying at first is easier for a lot of traders, but shorting definitely takes a little bit of knowledge and wherewithal, especially when you're short in the top. But yeah, in the large caps, I think we're stuck in the large caps. I still feel, and then even with the war going over now with Iran, just the back and forthness. Do we finally get that sell off? I think that this would be your chance with what everyone's been talking about and seeing, hey, do we finally crack back down below the 470 mark? With the SPY, we'll just go back to this on a larger time frame here to the SPY. We'll go back to 2 years here, right? We can see we've been rolling up. So I know a lot of people here are waiting in anticipation for that to, in my opinion, just die and come back on down here. We'll go back to the 4-hour time frame here. I'm going to go back to the 6 months overall. And I brought this up actually on a lesson, but they're just talking about, you guys talking about the reaction off of the war. Well, you always get a sell-off. I think it's like, I forgot what the percentage is, what we typically get. But what I could see this play coming back down to, if we go back further out in time here, in my opinion, in large caps, your Mag 7, a lot of big other sectors are going to go with it. So like you always say, you're going to have to go to find a sector that's not pulling back. I'm telling you right now, I feel the SPY is going to finally move back to 650. This is the chance for it to happen overall with the war going on with Iran and everything. And how long does that last? This to me could be where we finally get that pullback back down to the 650 mark, which would be a beautiful bounce opportunity if and when we got there. But I love it. I just love the area. I don't like this area with the SPY. I am ready for us to get out of 670 or 700. Once we do that, I think we're going to provide for some more good fun and a little bit bigger moves. Getting earnings too as well didn't really take us anywhere. We just chopped around all of February from 670 back to 700. But I'm ready for the 670 crack or the 700 break, however you want to word that.
No, I agree with you, and I think it's something definitely to think about. One of the things that I've always had on my charts is the anchored VWAP from the Liberation Day. That brings us back down all the way towards 640s.
There we go.
So, you know what I mean? Maybe we're starting our way down to 650, 640s. So a part of me is thinking, well, then, it's kind of late to open up short positions today. But now do we have to just start shifting our mentalities and looking for also more short opportunities, right? Because I think that's something that we might start to see, right? Some more shorting opportunities in the market as defensive names even turn around, right? So the value trade is turning around. So that tells us more and more. If there's no hiding there, then things really start to decline. And I'll show you a name like I know a lot of people are like, well, maybe I'm just overblowing it out of proportion, right? You just got to look around, right? Try to find where your names were hot, right? Like a household personal product name. You can even go to like best of breed, right? You can go to like a Procter Gamble or something like that, right? And you take a look at those charts, you're going to start to see that these were looking really bullish just a couple of days ago, and then now are just. And sorry about that. I'll bring in my chart, but we don't have the daily chart for some reason. It's a little blank there, but we'll use another name. We'll use Colgate Palmolive here. So these stocks were really kind of pushing and now are really starting to break their trends, right? That's what we need to start keeping an eye on because the XLP was the area to hide. Now that's turned to the downside pretty quickly. It was just at the highs, right? So that's a pretty quick move to the downside there. Another area that we need to take a look at, right? A lot of people like to hide in the XLC, right? The XLC is your Verizon, right? That's your Verizon. That's your defensive trade, right? So we're taking a look at that right now. See if are we going to just dividend players? And it seems like that's where the money's rotating. Even the value names are switching on money more into dividend players. So you might see your REITs eventually turn around, and that's something to think about real estate plays. But when we start talking REITs, that's how you know we're not talking about the sexy areas of the market. We're like digging deep and just trying to play anything that you can play as defensive action. So this is a ugly day, especially to start the market. We'll see if it can turn around, right? It looks like we're starting to get some action back to the upside. So let's see how much this lift can come in as we get this drive back, right? And I don't mind playing some of it, right? We could play some of it. The VIX is starting to drop there, so we could kind of short the VIX. We just got to pop in the VIX, so maybe we play a little short in the VIX. We'll see what happens.
I like how you're riding the trend though. That's how I would just tell traders to focus this market. And normally I'm not like a be on the side of the majority kind of trader.
Yeah.
But we know with this increased volatility, you can't being a mean diversion trader is certainly a lot more risky when you have these more irrational and volatile moves. So just understand, and your time frame as well. Understand that, and just take your piece, take your predictable piece. And that what you did this morning, Money Mitch, for your 6,000 trade. Just take that piece, get on out of there, and cash it in.
Nope. We'll see what happens in a name like AVAV. It was just ripping to the upside. Now it's on the pullback, right? Like this market is just playing a lot of chop, right? And so when you're in the chop zone, you'll see that your strategies can sometimes go flat, right? If not into the red, right? And so that's when I tell you that you just got to know when your trades are working for you and when they're not. If you're hot right now, keep the gas pedal. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But when you're not, you gotta, Josh, what do they say, right? You gotta know when to hold them.
There we go. Know
When to fold them. Know when the time is right. And know when to run.
Well, you gotta. Yeah, it's funny that people don't learn that. It's like, how don't you learn that? You just like getting burned, I guess. But
there's countless songs that tell you it. It's more along, and there's countless people that are going to tell you it. Will you listen? Right? That's what I'm doing in the swing account. I closed it up. I'm not even trying to act like I'm going to take that quick bounce back up. Right? I had 4 trades on, all in the green yesterday. Come in the morning, sea of red. What do? Immediate risk management mode. Today is one of those days you don't like, Mitch. But guess what? You need to just go in capital preservation mode.
Yeah.
Go look around, start cutting what you can cut easily in the morning. I was able to cut like 2 or 3 positions, very small losses, right? Like work them right on the offer, get out on just little pops. All right, I'm done with that. I held 1 position for the open to give the stock market a chance. And what happened? We've got further deterioration in the market. So what does that tell me? Hey, you're on the wrong side. And there's one thing that is our job, right? Our job here is not to be right. And I'm gonna put this a little bit bigger so we can say this the right way, guys. Stand up nice, Kevin. We're gonna clip this one. As traders, Our job is not to be right. Our job is to make money,
Love
right?
it.
And so when you notice that you're wrong, really quickly, get out. It's okay to be on the wrong side. Guess what? We're not going to be right all the time. The faster you admit this, the more money you'll save and the less accounts you will blow.
Yeah.
Yeah, ego's the number one killer. You nailed it, Money Mitch. It's not about being right, guys. What do amateurs need? Amateurs need a trade. Give me anything to trade. Volatility, I'll take this trade, that trade. What do professionals need? They need the trade. They're looking for their trade, and if it's present or not present, they're just going to sit back if it's not there. Otherwise, they're going to be on it, on that pedal, and then leaning in, as Money Mitch says, when it's working out.
That's
Love
what
it.
we like to see, man. And I think it's so important, guys. I'll say it all the time. If you feel like you're wrong, just get out, man. Get out.
Yeah.
The best defense is just a good offensive move, which is, hey, I'm going to stay on the sideline for a second. Figure things out. It's okay to just wait a day or two. Once
that
the
was one of-
things can play out, you can actually make a trade that will make you money versus you just trying to guess and keep throwing money at the market to see if you're right.
Yeah, no. That's random trades equals random results. Understand that first and foremost, traders. But one of the aha moments.
When are we gonna
Money
get
Mitch,
it? When are we gonna get a tattoo with that right there? Yeah, I know you live and die by that one right
At
there.
least get a T-shirt. Come on, got to get a T-shirt made now.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? That's the green team right there. That's the slogan.
Yep. No regrets right across the chest.
Yeah.
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 I like it.
No, that's
Random-
one of those crazy nights you have with Josh. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But one of the big aha moments here lately has been focusing, like you're saying, Money Mitch, on on your setup where you're convicted. But if you focus on what you're convicted with, you're gonna let the trade. You're gonna see it out. If you're taking trades that may not be your edge and setup, but you think there's good opportunity there, you just don't necessarily. You haven't seen it enough, and that's where screen time and experience is your best teacher. That the combined experience over time, that's your gut. So you let those plays work out. You hold the winners, which is that is what separates the best from the worst. Can you really hold on to these trades that you've seen work out time and time and time again? But yeah, Josh, right now, what are we seeing with TMDEs coming down towards some of the pre-market support there, TMDE, and then of course TPET still in play too.
The
At this bottom 1-6.
The T-Pet.
TPET's got a lot of shorts underwater, in my opinion, from earlier today, and so that's why that one's been chopping around. 1-6 is the bottom support.
Yeah, you can see that on the hourly, just kind of developing here. You got your fake outs. Anything pretty much above this box is a fake out, right? So you got to wait for, I think, something to close up there on the next hour, right? This hourly candle might just go red in a second here. So I'd like to see that hold the low. So that the low on that candle right now is 179. So let it hold 179 on any of these pullbacks. That's why when you go in deeper time frames, it can help you kind of not be so scared when you're at these moments, right? Because if you're on the 1 minute, this looks really scary probably right now, right? Yeah, it doesn't look fun right here, right? But if you look at the deeper time frame, you'll see how that 181 is a really good support on the deeper time frame. Even the 30-minute can show you that, right? The support is right here. If it's going to hold, it's going to hold a higher low trend, right? So we started the higher low trend on the 30-minute. You don't want to see that trend break. Once that trend breaks, then you start going into more of that pattern where the shorts start winning, right? That's more like, oh, we want to come back to 160, right? That's not going to be fun for this stock at this point. At this point, you've like hit this so much, that $2 zone, that when you go back towards that $2 zone, I would look for a takeout. And what's happening here? Well, this is this wall, right? 193. Look at that wall, 21,000, right? So that wall is putting up that wall right there, right? That's why you can't. It's all about supply and demand, right? I mean, right there, you're seeing why this is not going. And I wouldn't be surprised if you see like maybe at like 203 or like a couple pennies up from this, because I don't have the full book right now, but like let's say in the 197s or 199s, you see another 21,000 shares. So there might be two layers of walls to get through here. And when there's those walls, what do you need? You want to see huge size start to fill in the bid size. So liquidity searches, right? So the market maker will say, okay, we got to bust through 193. I need 22,000 shares So I'm gonna pull this thing back. Let's see what we can do here. See where we can work to try to fill some action quickly on the bid side. Sweeps back liquidity, and then what happens after that? What do you see on the tape? So you'd want to be looking on the time and sales. You want to make sure that you know what is a bid and what's an offer. So you want to see the tape go from bid, 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 big size come in, right? Then all of a sudden the tape switches and goes offer, 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 right up to that 193. You see that 22,000 now. It's 23,000 almost shares. And you want to see that wall start to get hit, right? Where it goes like 22,
Right.
10, 5, 1, boom. And then you break through that wall. The only way you break through walls, though, is if you liquidity search first, right? So keep that in mind, right, traders? So sometimes when you get in these positions, you can always look for that and use that to position in. I think a lot of times penny stock or small cap traders just go in way too hard in one specific number.
Oh yeah,
And they're not
yeah.
giving themselves the ability to figure out a position or almost use a really small size at first to kind of feel the stock out, right? I know that sounds weird, but sometimes you got to just feel the stock out, right? Feel how it's trading. Like if you have that itch, it's okay to just go tiny, 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 like to like where it's like literally a paper cut if you get hit, and feel the stock. Really start paying attention to it because we all know once we're in the stock, it doesn't matter if it's one share. We all just get in. We're like, whew, now I'm focusing. Now I'm all over this stock, right? So we'll see what happens. out
Keep
there,
that too up on the oil. You think about why it's up. It's up what 200% from yesterday. Up on the from the oil plays here. Don't think about it. I thought I saw PET yesterday, and I was like, oh, I'm going to trade it because it has PET in the name. And I was like, oh, this is petroleum. This is oil play. So this is why it's up.
And you want to watch XLE, right? Because a reason why some of these could have struggled a little bit out the gates is the energy names were kind of selling off. So maybe as this sector starts to come back, maybe you see those stocks actually take the upside, right? Short float, of course, buyers, more buyers than sellers. I agree. Smoke tuna. I see comments like that in the chat. Those are not wrong comments, right? That's the things you want to be looking at. All right, guys, I'll let you guys take lead here. I will keep watching the markets, but we'll see if we can get a little bit of a rally back to the upside. Kicking it to you, Kevin. What are you seeing? How's your trade going?
I was taking a look at CCHH, just random pump going on right now, 1040. A reduced risk on BATL down to 31, a couple $100 here. I'm risking. Again, I still, just going to sit back with this short, give it the risk, let it play out. Really, just let that play out as its offerings down towards $5. So I'm probably just going to sit in that one unless it stops me out most of the day. And then outside of that, monitoring a couple different plays. There's edge, certainly. There's volatility. TPET, TURB. TPET still really hanging out here, guys. I mean, it's slowing down. But this pattern's not too bad right here. I mean, TPET has got the 1.6s. I know Money Mitch just went over this. So monitor that. And then EDSA, I don't think we've touched on, has been curling back up. EDSA. Let's zoom out of that chart a little bit. Yeah, EDSA is a tough one. It actually has a really pretty pattern to it, but it's up a lot. EDSA had a little ascending triangle, little kind of flag over the last couple days, but she's up from 80 cents to $3. I mean, that's a significant move here. So that one is just on the watch list here, just monitoring the price action. And it will be, if I don't take the trade today, she'll be on back burner because of that range. That, again, we did a lesson on yesterday. Range is where that opportunity lies. So that's where we, those you got to make sure you have on your back burner watch list.
All right, guys, I do want to take an opportunity here, and we'll see what goes on in the market here. But to take a little bit of a time to talk about the March Madness event. Let's talk a little bit about it, right?
Money Mitch is going down.
Who's going to win, baby? Let's get to the action. Let's talk about it. Look at that. I'm ready to go, Kevin. Let's go.
I see. Hey, I got you.
Look at that form.
So the balls I have are the crystal balls, the stock market crystal balls. That's what
All
I
right.
got, traders.
I got the Dragon
Yeah.
Balls over here.
I
You,
need to
you,
find.
you saw the pictures, right? You guys saw
Okay.
the pictures, right? Let's go to the screen here. Let's take a look here. Of course,
Market madness, baby.
the March, the
Madness.
market madness, right? You guys don't want to miss it. The market madness of 2026, guys. Fantasy portfolio bracket here, guys. It's going to be a fun time indeed. So, of course, you guys are probably wondering, well, what is this event all about? Well, the truth is, we got two ways for you guys to play in our bracket, right? So the Market Madness begins on March 5th. It's in 2 days. We will be doing the live draft right here, of course, on another stream, but right after this one at 12 p.m. Eastern. That's going to be on Thursday. Don't miss it, of course. And you want to see what? Well, there's two ways you got to play. Either you can pick a coach here and take a look into a coach and, of course, back a Market Madness coach that you believe will cut down the nets. They draft on March 5th. We'll be drafting live for you guys and showing you guys and tracking the return, right? We'll give you guys our portfolio that we choose, and you guys will be able to win. If your coach wins it all, you will win a 5,000 eValve account, right? Simple, strategic, and slightly savage, I may say, right? We'll see what happens with this, of course, and you guys see the muscles, right? Ooh, 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 ooh. You see that? That's real life, baby. They didn't have to AI that. But yeah, of course, the other way you can do this is if you guys don't want to pick some of these fine-looking fellows and gals, right? Well, then you can also just pick your own core five. So this is the fun part. Now we're talking front office energy. You get $1 million in a virtual portfolio. You pick 5 stock picks, 1 golden rule. Only one from the Magnificent 7, of course. No loading up on these mega caps, of course. You got to scout a little deeper, find some sleepers, and draft wisely, of course. That's the important part there, guys. Take your time. And in a market time like this, the fun part, the market's going to move. So we don't got to worry about that. It's all kicking off, of course, March 5th. We got our draft night, right? And then you got March 16th. And then we'll get into even the championship week and the trophy all the way given in April 6th. All I know about you guys is this ball better turn into a trophy. So
Okay.
the boys better bring the heat.
We got to get a
Bring the
trophy.
heat.
We should get one made.
Bring
You know,
the heat.
we got these.
No. They can't put trophy there, and I'm not getting a trophy. I'm expecting a
I hope so.
trophy.
I hope so.
I'm expecting. I'm
ready to have
expecting.
them alive every day, right here, right. Every day.
We're gonna have to pop some champagnes. We're gonna celebrate.
Yeah, baby.
We're gonna win. We're gonna have to.
Well, I'm team rug pullers are going to celebrate.
We're gonna put plastic ground all over this office. Cover up the computer, everything. We going championship here. Of course, guys. The fun part is this is a month-long gauntlet, guys. So full bracket. There's Elite 6, the final 3, 1 champion. You guys will be able to tune in to us talking about the picks, kind of changing things up. So don't miss it, of course, guys. The only question I have, you guys, is who is going to slay the champion? Who's taking it? Josh, you taking it? You taking it?
I think what's the key is going to be here is what small cap ticker we choose, because if we only get one small cap ticker for the whole month, you can't a small cap moving right now isn't moving 3 weeks from right now. So you got to use your head there. I think.
Hang on, was that the rule? One small cap ticker for the month, or that was one?
Kevin said, "Hold on, my
Hold on
market
a second.
specialty is small cap."
He's like, hold on here. He says,
hold on. What's going on here?
So yeah. I mean, we'll have to define So for example, I mean, the 5 tickers I'm going to pick really that may come down to like Thursday, like that day. Nice. I have a few that I'm eyeballing for Thursday. Okay. But again, we're going to pick them Thursday, and then they take the trades Monday. So it is going to be there. I'm going to need to pick plays, maybe like the BNAI Crow that's been irrationally moving just straight up. Maybe like the Battle if Battle hangs in there. You'll never know, but I will say the 5 that I'm going to be deploying for the rug pullers, they're going to be short.
pullers.
They're going to be shorts. So
Only one man will enter.
Only one.
Only one man will win.
Love it. It's gonna be fun though. It definitely will be fun. So yeah, it'll be interesting. Yeah, what's small cap? I think that might be the winner of it all. That or someone just gets a. I don't think
guys,
they find like a diamond in the rough. You know that. I think
hit the link. Hit the link in the chat there, guys. Hit the link in the chat. I want to see what you got, Crow. What you got, man? What you got, Crow? 10 years of trading? Did I start in grade school? I should have. Actually, my first official trade, it was a trading simulation, of course, but 5th grade, baby. 5th grade. I did a 3-stock portfolio. Only one did really good. I got IBM. I still remember. I did Exxon. Exxon would have done great now, right? I mean, you're seeing the oil names up. And Apple, a little company called Apple back in 5th grade, man. If my parents would have listened to me, if my parents would have listened to me, they'd be rich and I'd be rich too. But hey, that's life, my friend. That's how it goes. But
what were you spending that money on? You're cutting your neighbor's grass and
you know why I liked it though, and just a quick one, right? Is I looked around in 5th grade and I was just trying to buy what I saw, right? So of course I went to the gas station all the time. Bought gas all the time, right? I'm a buy oil company, right? IBM, I looked in the library, I saw a bunch of IBM computers, and I knew IBM was everywhere. Right? It was the business brand back then, right? Well, I was like, I'll just go with a best of breed name like that, right? And then I saw in the library, and I kept thinking about these. Everyone wanted to play on these computers that were like with colors on the back of them. There's these weird looking shaped Apple looking things, and it just had like a color background, and like you could kind of see the insides of the computer, and it just looked different. It just stood out in the library, and I said, you know what, maybe this company could do a little something. Good Lord, maybe I should have just actually been buying it at a real account. We would have been all. I could have. Kevin and Josh could have joined the team. We could have all been rich. That's life, man. That's life. So get out there, guys. Get on there. We have the bracket, guys. And you know what the fun part is? Let's say you guys in the chat, you guys, and I'm calling out specific names here. So Crow, Smoked Tuna. I'm calling out Tack out there. I'm calling out of Fabian here. I'm calling out all you guys that hang out. Larry, Charlie, all you guys out there. Shaw, all you guys. You know you can make your own team. This could be a team for you guys. So you guys can actually build your ultimate team. And if you build your own team, you can double the winning prize. So I'm calling you guys out to make a team. Go make that team and see if you guys can win the competition.
Like it.
I would love to see you guys on the
Derek's
competition,
in.
guys.
Let's
So,
go. Yeah.
Derek's
it's gonna be a
in.
fun time.
There you go. Who wants to go in? There you go. I see you guys waking up now. That's what I'm talking about. Hey guys, hey, get together on the Discord. We can even make it. There's a channel for it. You guys can talk amongst there, or you guys can, find a way to connect between yourselves. But hey, build the ultimate team. You guys can put your own team. All you'll need is your emails and kind of everyone kind of put them in there, and then you'll be on your own team, guys. It'd be a super exciting time to see you guys jump on there. So that's my rant for the end of the day. I'm not going to end it on a negative side. I'll let you guys carry the market, Kevin and Josh, because you guys know how I felt today. Red light in the back, and it's probably not changing for a little while, guys. And so this is times also to watch versus be in action mode if you're feeling the struggle. That's what I would be doing, right? When you're feeling the struggle, what do? You stop and think, look. Start trying to not just trade every day's action, but maybe more monthly action, right?
Yeah. Good analysis there. I love the red light therapy. I saw a meme. It was like, the whole, if you see guys seen that, it's just the whole overall, it was just the heat map of the market. Getting my red light therapy in for the day. You're going down, Money Mitch. Going down.
Huh. If this was on the real courts, I would feel a little bit more confident. But I got some Titans to compete with. Wish you guys the best of luck.
I appreciate it.
Of course, the March Madness for the bracket. Who's gonna win? I always love the pictures, man. The pictures were the best. Shout out to the editors out there. They're tuning in.
Order me a
the crystal ball.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, just call Miss Cleo, baby.
crystal ball trading. Yeah.
All right, later, boys. Have a good one. Take care.
Appreciate you. Take care.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I didn't think about that back in the day, getting a crystal ball, and like when I was going live, what do I see? I see a display heading to $400-500 in the next couple of months. Buy now. Bye.
This is pretty sweet. Yeah, this thing is nice.
Let's check it out, man. Let's come on. What does it actually glow?
Well, they have some that glow. I mean, it's not too bad.
Let's get one.
We couldn't get in legal trouble, could we, with these?
Hey, that's my team, the Crystal Ballers. Ooh,
that is pretty good.
The Crystal Ballers. And yeah, you guys haven't really said much back to chat, but Smoke Tuna, how you doing? Crow, yes. Larry Boyd, I am back. Last week I was in New Orleans, so I wasn't on. It seemed like it was. It seemed like I wasn't even gone. Like it seems like those weeks I do those events, it's like they fly by so fast. I'm like, did that week even happen? And so yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, I was not on the live stream last week. Fabian, how we doing? And yes, Smoke Tuna, or was it who? Crow earlier asked about how was the tracking experience. Crow, if you're still around, I'll have to show off a quick little video.
Yeah, got that clip, man. That looked fun. And the food.
Yeah.
You were eating good.
Oh, yeah. Lots of cooking me and Avery were doing. And then, of course, going out to the French Quarter District. And there's just restaurants all over that place. So, bro, yeah, it was. I will say I don't eat calamari a lot that first night. I say, hey, what do you guys want for appetizer? They said calamari. It was the best calamari I've ever had in my life. So I'm glad we got it. But, bro, man, it was super, super, super fun. Yeah, back home, it was a great experience. Love, it was a great, again, just being able to be there with people in person and going over stuff for 3, 4, 5 hours at a time, and being able to be in person with them, go to their trading station and go over trades with them individually, like you're their mentor tutor, so to speak. It helps when you're right there over the shoulder with them. Look at Joe with all the names, the wiki warlords, the FOMO sapiens. Okay. The FOMO.
Sapiens. How did you come up with that, Joe?
That's right. Yeah. When it make money gets okay. Derek says, I'm thinking Money Mitch, my coach. All right. Cool. Yeah, definitely make a team, and then put some love back into one of us. Like, who do you got the faith in? Who's going to take it home? Yeah, Turb looking really, really poppy today. To me, in the small cap sector, didn't get full full shares on TMDE, but I got a small little bounce play in the last 30 minutes there on TMDE. T-Pet, I like it, back at 162 as well. And yeah, Turb's your other one. Those are going to be we're just going back to plays from yesterday. I mean, Turb, T-Pet, TMDE, Battle, we're looking at exactly.
Yeah, just that theme. And so just be mindful of that, guys. And just, again, just stay on the right side of the momentum. T-Pet really has got some nice levels on it. It's just volume. Look at this volume chart on it. We've seen the volume since the open just kind of die off. So what we're waiting for is, it is still in a nice trend. That's why I was kind of siding on the air of like of caution with this one with T-Pet. But look, 1.6s, if that holds here as a level of support still, I think we could slowly reclaim the high, similar to EDSA. Shorts are underwater there for sure. But again, just don't trade the bias, trade the price action that is.
Yeah. That's the correct, my friend. And I don't know if we'll see. Even going back to plays like NPT, could maybe circle back on around today. Was that the one in pre-market?
Yeah.
NPT could pull a Battle yesterday. It wasn't until around 3-4 hours after the opening bell that Battle finally got that ramp in U shape back up. So I said all day long, keep NPT on watch. It could do the same thing.
That was nuts at 8:47. So that it looked
I saw that.
heavy,
I saw
weak,
that.
and
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
just out of nowhere, look, that thing spiked like
Yeah.
4
I was
points.
literally giving my morning alert going, it's got 8 BBY resistance, got resistance here. And right after I pressed the send button, it just took off. I was like, okay, well, there
Oh,
goes.
yeah.
Yeah, it was definitely a squeezer Rooney this morning. And yeah, then just kind of caved back on down again, kind of like what Battle did yesterday. So definitely going to be on watch for later today in that possible move on BATL. All right, we'll show this off real quickly. I got to show it off. So here we go. I know you asked about it. Here we go. So let's see. Here we go. So let's hear it.
Let's get it.
In the gear. So here we go. In the cockpit of the Ferrari. And this is already lap one in. I'm behind what is the Hellcat Challenger there, Charger. So the Hellcat Charger, which is right along. So they kind of give you the course. Lap one slow, lap two is a little quicker. Lap three, they're going as fast as they can, and they're usually going to leave your normal standard driver like myself. So my goal was to stay with him because actually when we did a ride along, there was a guy behind us that stayed with the professional driver the whole entire time. He's the lead car up until the final lap, which I do. And then he gave him like a little like, hey, stuck his hand out the window. You did a good job. And he even said that, in the ride along, yeah, they stick with me and blah, they did a real good job. Always going to give them some love. And I was like, oh, so that's me. I got to do this. I want to stay with him. And so this is already one lap in. We just went through the straightaway and getting this from feedback from, of course, you're with the professional driver and he's leading you through it.
We'll make this throttle here and maintain back into my side. You have walked away from everybody, my friend. Your side, power, power, orange, back in the green. Stand on my side of the next orange. We'll get power, go back in the green. Nice and smooth. Nice it up on your side. Beautiful apple bit. Back in the green, my side. Like that front end, beautiful. My side of the orange. Nice and smooth back into the green. Add to the throttle. Accelerate to the key here. Your side of the track. And going all the way to the orange. That's a break. Nice and firm. Beautiful. Lead off of them. Let it roll. Back in tight to my side. All the way to the orange. My side. Back into the green on yours. You are crushing this, my friend. Your side of the track to the orange. With power back into the green.
Here comes the straightaway.
Beautiful. Nice and tight back to my side. As we pass the green, start working up to your side. Rolling on power. Unwind that wheel. More power.
Needless to say, it's awesome. And then you get this feedback here at the end as I come in here with the lead car here, staying with him here to the very end. This was really fun to get the feedback from the driver here.
My friend.
My goal was because I ride along. You go 10 more, baby. Come on.
I know it never gets old. You crushed that, my friend.
My goal was because I ride along. The guy, there was a Lambo behind us, so impressive to him. He actually kept up like I did, and so that's my goal. I want to do what I just did, and so
yeah, that was fantastic.
Thanks,
you crushed that. You, there's nobody behind us forever. Nice.
Let's get it, man.
Yeah, that was fun. That was good stuff.
What a good time, man.
Yeah,
what a good time. Great memories.
Oh yeah, and then it's like one of those things where you're like a kid. As soon as you got done with your laps, you're like, I want to go for like 20. I want to go again. I want to keep going.
Right.
Yeah, it was so much fun. Yeah, if you ever get the chance, of course, if you like to drive cars, that's one of the best experiences you can have. Just because you're there with professionals. You're in cars that are just they're just made to do that, and yeah, it's an absolute blast. It's so fun to do, and especially doing that with my because one of the other guys was out there with me at the same time because it's hard because you go stand in line, right? So you go out there, then you stand in line. You don't know if you're actually going to get the race against your friends. You can try to do that, and they said we'll try our best, but there's certain cars available anyway. So I luckily did get to race against one of my buddies. He was in a GT4 RS. And now, again, you stay in a line and very rarely you're going to get to pass unless you're just doing really well and someone's going really slow. And I did that actually on my first time around. Someone was just really not going fast in a Lamborghini and they were like having people pass them. It was funny. And I kept catching up to the one in front of me. And so I kept having to slow down. The driver was like, because they all communicate through they have all mics. And anyway, it's cool how it's done. But if you're fast, you could stay up in front. You could be the lead car. And so I was there. And I think Fred wasn't too far behind me to GT4 RS. And yeah, to have that where I'm just like, gapping everybody, but it's not like you're lined up, right? So I'll go, then they'll let me get a little bit of space, and then another car goes and they give a little
Are
bit
you
of
just racing for like the lap
time.
speed?
Yeah, well,
Pretty
speed and
much.
time. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Like, what was your lap time, and then what was your speed time? Because eventually you're spaced out, right? To where you're not going to be dealing with driving it. Obviously, we're not
Hey,
professional.
NPTs.
I'm
Yeah,
telling you. I'm
keep it
telling
on watch. Keep it
Yeah.
on watch. It's holding this VWAP right now, curling up a little bit. Look,
Yeah.
it wouldn't surprise me, Josh, if they did get this one moving because there's there's nothing. There's a few like energy oil plays and small
Yeah.
caps that are
Yeah.
moving. There's not a lot of action going on. So in small caps at least, but yeah, MPT it's sitting there, and that was the highly volatile play in pre-market. So just eyeballs on it, but just
Eyeballs.
monitoring that level on the VWAP now, really the 8. If it holds here, get some volume to push up through 850, we're likely going to be testing that 9 out.
And what's funny, look what was on my watch list before Battle even broke out yesterday. Battle. It was just one of those ones that was on. And NPT, another one that we've looked at here recently. We're going right back and circling to some of these former runners that we've seen. Not only again here now, but we've seen these over the past few weeks and months. And so that's why I love having that watch list, because we have just been cycling back through them. Hey, watch out for MRNO. Mr. No could see a return one day, buddy.
Yeah. Still got that one on watch.
Hey, dude, I forgot because of Friday, because of the track event. Then we went out to Bourbon Street. Did you go live on Friday night?
No, I didn't. We were prepping for my daughter's birthday on Saturday. Turned 4, Princess Peach birthday party. It was a good time. Good
Nice,
weekend.
bro. Good.
Yeah.
How old she turn?
Yeah, 4. She turned 4.
4. Okay, 4. The
Got
big
a
4.
6 and 4. Yeah, it's a lot. It's getting a lot funner these days. In the baby stages.
Oh, come on now. You don't want a baby.
I think I'm good, man. I think I'm good now. Two's it. T-Ped under VWAP right now, 183. Kind of just stair stepping down.
Yeah, NPT is gonna be the one I'm gonna be watching for when we get done with this stream, or later today. I could 100%.
Yeah.
Oh boy, and it happened out of nowhere. I could see that like it did in pre-market, where you just next thing you know, it could.
Well, look at this trend that she's on right now.
Yeah.
We're kind of just slowly stair stepping back up. I hear it's coming
Right
right
down
back down to the trend, right down to it. Yeah. So it's not a bad idea to even have those orders sitting there, especially with the spready nature of this ticker. But she's trying. It's going to probably have some the real concern there is some longs are going to be in this from pre-market, and it's going to create some resistance as they're looking to get out. That's the main concern there. What have you got? What have you gotten? Just TMD a little? Did you catch a little piece of that one?
Yeah, I got a small piece of it. Yeah, I got a small, and I've read that right. I only got about 11 cents out of it. I got filled at the 407 mark, and then once it went up to 420, 423, I started taking profit. I'm glad I did, and actually just took it all because it wasn't really moving that much. And I got 12 cents out of it, and then now she's just sitting sideways.
Yeah,
and kind of waiting for that. It's kind of that spooky, eerie. It's getting slower right now with the TMDE. Turb slowed down a lot right now. TPET, just look at the volume as well on these plays. Are really getting into that, like I always call this hour pre-lunch, where we're getting that effect. That's why I would say keep an eye on the next hour and a half on NPT for that possible continuation up that uptrend, and then squeeze a Rooney.
Yeah, we're on the 5-minute, right down to the bottom trend in NPT, bouncing a little bit off of it.
Right.
I saw where you're starting the challenge on an eval. So traders, jump on Josh's channel if you want to watch him with his 25K. He started.
Hey, it's gonna be a double win month. I'm gonna get that trophy at the end of this month, and then also I'm gonna be getting that 25K eval over to a funded account. We're gonna get that double victory, baby. We're shooting big for March.
Yeah, you'll get you'll get the account funded, but the trophy.
Okay. Now, all right, we'll see how that goes.
Well, I've already let the traders know if they're on Team Rug Pull's side, we're either winning in great fashion or losing in great fashion.
You're right.
I'm going to be picking the top 5 plays that are the most overbought at the time.
That's awesome. Yeah. It's gonna be fun. I mean, like we were talking about, just getting this which small cap we're gonna choose. I mean, you got to go through there and you got to do your homework. That's what I'm gonna do tomorrow. And I'll go live in the morning take a break at lunch, come back and do a late lunch briefing to kind of get us prepared for Power Hour. And then I do a Power Hour commentary on my live stream every day. And so Power Hour tomorrow, I'm doing nothing but essentially drafting my team.
Nice. Yeah.
Where I was like, guys, we're going through all the plays tomorrow. I'm going to find the best tickers. That's going to dive in for an hour. Yeah, it's going to be like it's going to be in a way like when you do if you like when I was good anyway. At the regular the market or the challenge or the real bracket, the college basketball. Yeah. I would really dive in back in the day and do some homework and take like the night before into that Thursday, and I would spend like 2 hours. And man, those years I would kill it. When you really dive into those teams and this team's just going to be too big down low, and that team's just not going to be able to handle their bigs or whatever it was going to be. Yeah, it's what we're going to have to do for this. And yeah, Chrome got all that memories. Won Canadian Kart Championship in F2000 back in the day. That's awesome, man. Congrats on that, bro.
MOBX at highs right now. Now again, traders, MOBX, that was U.S. Navy. They ordered some Tomahawk missiles from MOBX, so that's why we're seeing that one run. Defense spending right there. Which team tuna should you go for? Is that even a question?
It's actually not a question. It's not even, it's like, are we kidding ourselves?
Yeah. I might, Josh, what time do you go live tomorrow? I might be lurking over there. Let's see what you're cooking up over there.
Oh man. Well, cause I'm going to find,
you just pick 5 you're long on. I'll pick the same 5, go short.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's kind of like Price is Right. I pick, I go, yeah, exactly. I'm like I'm like 597.50. You're like 597.51.
I was gonna say, hey, can I just be flat?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
What if you're just completely flat to win?
Well, that's again kind of goes back to which I saw right away because of course a lot of those kids didn't know what they were doing. But going back to that challenge we had at the Money Show, the tournament we had there, where they got 3 minutes to trade. That was the theme was, hey, just don't trade. Just wait for them. If they start turning red, then you're good.
That's good. Yeah, hey, odds are on your side. Yeah.
I'm like, you know what? You got 3 minutes. Let them dive in and just be the lab rat. Maybe they get down 1,000 going huge, because everyone in those challenges thinks, ooh, the more I can make, so they start going, those kids were going huge. And I'm like, no, go small. Just get a little profit, and like, but yeah, I was like, okay, here's the strategy at the very end. It was like, just don't trade. See what he does. And if he goes red, don't trade. And a couple of them won doing that.
TPET cracking like a little trend that it was on from pre-market on the 5-minute chart. This 1.6 is going to be a key level. I mean, it's pulling close to it. It may just my stop honestly, the stop wouldn't be right on 1.6 because likely if it gets close to it, they know liquidity is going to be there. It's probably going to pull under it a little bit. I can imagine this thing, Josh, coming down here, pulling under it and popping up a little bit off of it, maybe like 1.55, 1.56.
Yeah, funny story about
seeing a lower shadow.
I was going to trade it this morning. Opening bell. I'm like, yeah, guys, it was popping up a little bit off that VWAP. Like you can see there was popping up right there at the opening. I don't know if your shows you. I'll show my chart. Yeah. So I was wanting to go long on this out of the gate. It happened like it was just such a quick liquidation sweep. You can see it was bouncing off the VWAP here at the start of the day and popping up. And right at the open bell, somewhere in here, I'm like, all right, I love the 160 mark. 160 is gorgeous. There's a lot of touches down there. And I mean, I don't know if you saw that, but right out of the gate, it was like a lightning bolt. And I thought it was a misprint, but it truly came down, hit 160, was right back up to the 180, 190 mark. Oh, it hurt my heart to see. But that was another great bounce play. To me, it was one of the better ones we've seen for the day because we haven't had many good dip buy opportunities today. Plays haven't really been holding up. But this is one of the better ones. But yeah, it was, all right, I like 160. And it was like, okay, boop, boop. I was like, no, I didn't even get orders in time. Yeah. Like you were saying, this area is going to be very strong support in this area. And, again, stops are going to be abound all over this place at that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, back to you got the challenge going, so yeah, I got the what I call the prop firm challenge. Grow your, come grow your prop firm with me, however you want to do it, or just watch me, or you can just sit back and watch me grow a prop firm account. So yeah, I got a 25K eval to start the month. Just taking it slow, 2 for 2 so far out of the gate, not going to over trade. It's only the 25K eval. So I'm not trying to go big either. Cause I know there's a lot of traders out there when they first start going big is very hard on their head. So there's a few traders that go big, earlier on, but most of them realize it's not really, the size we've talked about so many times. Sizing is so key. So going smaller is better. And yeah, so definitely I would imagine, I think it's like the profit target's 1,500 I got to get up to. I think it's 1,500, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, it's just, hey, just take, get $100 trade, $200 trade at a time and just slowly scalp, I say scalp, but get these small base hits. And by going, 500 shares, 1,000 shares, maybe sometimes going a little bit smaller, but that's kind of my range, 500 to 1,000 shares, for this account and our account for account.
You got the flex or the max?
I did flex just because, I figured max I'd be able to do it by the end of the month, but I was like, I just did flex. I know a lot of traders do the flex. I just did flex to start with.
Yeah, you'll get it done. Just you're spot on. A lot of traders they swing they are swing. We saw the top step from their live 100,000 accounts they studied. Did I go over that with you one time? 100,000 accounts. Yeah. And only 13% actually passed because everybody's swinging for the fences.
Yeah.
So, and then beyond that, it was only a couple percent that actually saw payouts. So that's probably fairly accurate across the board. So just, size down, guys, as we mentioned earlier. NPT cracking its trend a little bit. MOBX is still at highs. I mean, it looks like that's where a lot of the volume is going to be. MOBX going into lunch, volume's still on that play.
Mob, and it's funny that
I know.
Mob X, yeah. So it's really got it. Most of its move there was that big spike there in pre-market up. We've been sitting in this sideways consolidation channel there at about 40-cent support, and you can see there 53 or so 50-cent resistance, and now pop above it. Now we hold, consolidate, resist off that resistance area. Old supply becomes new demand, and we work to the next level. A lot of the time too, when you get through 50. On the way up, this could be slow and steady Eddie. By end of day, maybe by lunch, we see 75 cents is usually the next stopping ground. So MobX, nice little slow and steady. That's what we're getting so far. You're going back to Battle. Try to give us some fun to start the day. I think that's going to slow down by the end of the day, and you're going to see a new mover. And is it going to be NPT? Well, I think this uptrend channel area is going to be a big key to that. Now, I think it still could come down again and still work its way back up and maybe make this big W shape. This is the one I'd keep an eye on. I know we have TPET, we've got Turb. You guys are going over TMDE. I think is about done. This is where if I had, let's just say this: if this was we get one day, it's the day, and this is the market madness challenge, and I had to put bets on a ticker, NPT would be the one that I would put long. I would go long. I'd be on NPT, and this would be the one I would pick. Like if I had a good feeling on a ticker today. Turb's not bad. TURB is not another, not bad at all. So go over to TURB. This one also not bad. Once we crack though this little M shape and back onto the VWAP in 167, it's not going anywhere. But we are still holding and get the higher low pattern. Low, low, low. It's a higher low pattern. That's key. Nice flat top resistance. If we break through 190, she's going to be off and running. So we're looking at what energy plays. We're looking at oil plays, with TPET, Turb, going back to, of course, the war, everything that's going over in Iran right now in the Middle East. That's going to be, and in my opinion, we had this, what was it, 2 years ago? We had this, the USSR, we had Russia versus Ukraine, which I think probably is still possibly going on. I don't keep up with the wars really that often. But I remember that energy in the oil plays or whatever went crazy there for a month. I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, March of 22 or 23. It was in March, if I'm not mistaken. And so that's going to be a theme, in my opinion, over the next month, 2 or 3, even as we just now entered that that space this weekend, and that over in the Middle East. I think it's something you're going to pay attention to for the next month or two. We're going to see energy and oil plays for sure.
Yeah, and really, what we're seeing too there is just. Apparently 20% of the global oil and gas flows through that strait there right off of Iran. So
right.
Yeah, we're that 20%, the risk is already being pretty much priced in into a lot of this market out of the fear, of course. And so just be mindful of that, traders. The risk is getting vexed in, similar to how traders anticipate what earnings are going to be. So they trade it, like tuna and tactude weeks ahead of time. You're buying that rumor. It's getting similar to right now. The price is this isn't the current price, but traders are pricing in maybe inflationary times, maybe what's going to happen that, like, for instance, tankers are going to have to reroute because they can't go here or there. So all that gets priced in now, essentially. Traders, be mindful of BATL. It's in a symmetrical triangle right now on the 5-minute. and do one thing or the other here soon. EDSA at highs.
Ed says it's still rolling. Is it really? Gosh, man, I can't believe I talked about that earlier on my live stream for a bounce play right here. First off at 295 and heavy into 275, 275 being your stop loss, and even adding in at 275, literally verbatim is what I said. Son of a gun, this is the dip buy I should have went for instead of freaking a TMDE. TMD took off. 30, 45 minutes after the opening bell, up to new highs. Figured that's where the mob would go to and stay as this kind of came back on down. So I didn't attack it. Thought this would do what TMDE is doing right now. And so this is where, down the line, I'd love to get almost into the Michael Noss's robots of the world and just say, hey, I'm going to trade both and I'm going to go in smaller on both because I can't tell which one of these is going to be the bounce play. I get a little bit out of TMDE, but I would have gotten a lot more here out of EDSA. And this is all I'm ever looking for, these old resistant plateaus. Now, again, you can't see much in a 3-minute time frame, so I will dive into a 1 minute and show you what I'm talking about. I love when these ascending triangle and these bull flags get built in. This is more of an AT to me, higher low pattern, flat top right here. And I talked about this on the live stream. When you get tighter and tighter and tighter, now you get this higher low pattern. This is almost I said earlier on my live stream, an 85 to 90% of the time, you're about to pop and squeeze for more. If you see this, and I zoom in and I zoomed in and I zoomed in to this area right back here, and you're seeing this, I'm telling you right now, when you see this look, it's going to pop and go for more. And then what I do is I come down here and put orders here. And then on the bottom side, I'm going to look for a bounce here and even heavier down here. And you can see, whoopsies, I went the wrong way there. Sorry, team. I know you're like, dang it, Josh, why are you so zoomed in? It's my bad. I'm all the way back to yesterday now is why I scrolled the wrong darn way. I'm like 2 days ago now. But you can see here, if I zoom back on into this area, sorry, I'm still getting used to trying to, I think I didn't download that new system we're going to be using. We're moving to a Black Arrow. Black Arrow is one we're going to be going to soon. So that's one Black Arrow team. I need to start using, looking at that. It's another charting system I think we're moving to soon. We've been talking about in our meetings. But again, top side, bottom side, it's building a beautiful channel here, top and the bottom. Look for a bounce off the top, even heavier off the bottom. Get the inverse head and shoulder, shoulder, head, shoulder. Holding the bottom of the shoulder is another great bounce play there. Back at 3. This play is technical sound as technical sound gets.
Yeah, good work on it. I mean, it's stair-steppy right now toward the high. So what do you think? We're going to retest for a higher move?
Yeah, I think this play is definitely, I forgot about it. So until you brought that up, this play looks sexy. Love it. Gorgeous looking chart. These are the technical sound charts that I'm usually looking for 100%. Yeah, this is a pretty play to go long on. You can get good shorts on it too as well, but this is a long's heaven in my opinion.
Traders, MOBX, we did mention 65 was the 200-day moving average. It looks like it wants to gravitate there. That one's at highs right now. And so be mindful of those. Trading the price action. These oil and energy plays today. MOBX, 60 cents now. TMDE has really gone quiet at the $4 level. Yeah. 420 is decent risk on a short now. If you think volume has just left here, moved on to something else, not a bad risk level if you think that's going to crack 4 here soon. It looks like it's heavy on this 4.
Yeah, it does look like it's about to kind of pour down through back into the 390, low 390s, if not high 380s for sure, coming up any moment now. And I'm glad I can read that now when I'm in bounce plays. It's just hard, something you have to get with time and doing with, when it gets weak in that area of taking the profit at 420 and then knowing, that area, like you said, now is going to be resistance. When I got filled down around 407 was my entry price. I was like, hey, 420 is going to be, I'll take it, and then it popped into the 423 mark and I was like, I'm just going to take it all. I don't like this. And sure enough, I was right about it. Now it looks like it's going to crack back through the VWAP here anytime now.
Yeah. Here's the overall trend, the multi-day trend here for TMDE. Trends back down to 3.5s. So even if you're bullish here, you can ride the short down towards this trend, which has been respecting 3.6s on it. Thinking about it, decent setup there as it's slowing down a little bit.
Got any, because I forgot, you have spring break coming up, right? Y'all have anything planned for the kids? Y'all do anything every year with the kids? Are they even at that stage yet to even want to do a trip?
Oh yeah.
All right, so what do we got this year?
We'll do Disney with them like in the summer, spring break. They'll do My brother's coming in town. He's got kids the same age, so they'll play together. We
That was,
might
that
take
was
them
that
to.
was fun as a kid though. When I play with like either my cousins or you have relatives and it's just you just and then you as parents. I remember for my parents now that I'm older were like, oh yeah, they're like yay, like all right, y'all go play, and they're all just y'all keep each other busy for the next 5 hours.
You got it. You got it. Your NPT's still eerie. I mean, it's still
Yep.
kind of eerily quiet right here.
Yep.
I mean, it kind of looked like it was giving up, but then found its base.
Slapping the base, man.
Smoked tuna pre-market was beautiful, not the market open. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Hey, NPT. Oh my gosh, she might be waking up here soon.
on my
NPT.
3-minute trend line. She is still confirmed on it and holding that uptrend channel. So
Yep.
she's still holding that in the larger time frame. So yeah, she is. I feel like this is where again I feel like I'm a meteorologist talking about a certain weather event. Like she is, she's still building up right here. So if you think about, we get some more volume to pour into this. This guy could extremely pull out of F420 anyway. Yeah, this is definitely on high watch with this. Again, still has the higher low pattern to it, which I love.
Low pressure points on NPT moving in from the east.
Yeah.
Back to you with sports, Josh.
Oh, yeah. Well, today we got a whammy and not double whammy over in Buffalo, where the New York Giants ran into, like you talked about, that pressure from the west, and there was a big snowstorm. Fumbles all over the place.
NPT, this thing over 850, I may take a long because I could see it squeezing towards 9+ at that point. I'm just throwing that out there. It's not going to be heavy size on it, but NPT, because she's wiki. She does get wiki, but I am eyeballing it.
I can't help, but unfortunately, as much as I love Transformers, I guess, anytime that name or that when someone says Wiki, I can't think of Shia LaBeouf's character in Transformer because his last name was Witwicky. And so every time I hear Wiki, I think of Sam Witwicky from Transformers.
Yeah.
And then lo and behold, did you see his falling out in New Orleans when I was in New Orleans? He actually was there the weekend before, partying his ass off for Mardi Gras. So Mardi Gras, Fat Tuesday, he was there, got arrested, then had to go to court and pay. He had to had like $1 million bond or something he had to face. That people were like, of course, even going like, how is his bond? I forgot what his bond was high. It was crazy. And so the Thursday, and Avery was just like, oh, I wish I would have known. She loved, like a lot of ladies love Shia LaBeouf. And yeah, he was released the Thursday they were there. So I saw I'm scrolling through my feed, and then I see Shia LaBeouf come out of the New Orleans, whatever it is, the courthouse or whatever. And I was like, hey, look, Avery, Shia's leaving New Orleans today, finally. Oh, yeah.
See him circulating in the news here lately.
Yeah, he had a falling out again. Poor guy, I guess. I mean, just people struggling again, back with people when it comes to stock trading. It's just mental. And so when you have those mental demons and you struggle with, and I think he's going through that again. And it's like the first half of the videos was funny. I was showing Avery. I was like, because I was scrolling through, I'm on TikTok, so I'm scrolling through like the For You page, and you can't help but it starts how you like one or whatever, and then it gets in your feed and the algorithms, you start seeing 20 of them. So I'm scrolling through, and at first it's happy, and it's happy go lucky. Everyone's drinking Shia, and he's like, yeah, no, yeah, it's Shia, no, hey, what's up, dude? Yeah. And then you get about 20 swipes in, and now he's drunk and swinging and yelling at people. It goes from he's happy and everyone loves him to now he's like getting in a fight, and it was like literally like 4 or 5 on 1, and he does come on, let's fight. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, man, he needs. And me and I was showing my friends at the AKNR, and he was like, man, we were like, he probably had friends at one point that got him out of that, and then each and every one of them slowly were like, man, I just can't do this anymore, Shy. It's just it comes back, So yeah, it's like, man, and the same goes to talk trading. You see these people that get in these loops, and they over and over and over and over, and that seem they can't get out of them. I work with people that have been trading for 3, 4, 5 years, even some of them, and they just can't get out of that cycle. They love this so much, so they never moved away from it and quit. But then they still just, regardless, for whatever reason, can't get out of those bad habits they formed, and those things that they those demons, so to speak, they kind of keep going back to.
Yeah, it's good to have people to help guide you along, at least. To not, with sports, you form the bad habits, muscle memory kind of sticks with you.
Yeah,
it's hard to untrain some things.
Catching on the live stream right now. I have my dogs covered with covers, so I see like a great. It looks like my kid has like a cover over his head, like he's trying to be a ghost at Halloween. So to calm my Great Danes down, I'll like cover our dogs down. We'll cover them up. And yeah, he got up and he's got a cover on. He's all like looking around. He can't see. I'm like looking over. He's finally got it off, and now they both got
Oh, did they have a fun trip?
Oh yeah. So I brought 5 of them. I didn't bring all of them, but these weren't the ones that went. These mom loved and took after these guys. So we took 5. My mom came over and looked after 9 of them. So we took 2 Great Danes and 3 Chihuahuas down there, and they did have a good time. Of course, then I took Groot to my first one. Didn't take anybody to the second one, and everyone was like, "Where's the dog? You didn't bring a dog this time." So that now Avery came. This was the first one Avery came to help me out a little bit more so with the cooking and stuff, because it was kind of just to help out. She wanted to come, and she wanted. Of course, it's nice to bring the dogs. Now the traders love the dogs. Who doesn't love animals? And yeah, of course, then Darla, our little girl Chihuahua that I brought, she's smart and uses the game, and so she befriends everybody immediately, like, "Oh, I love you, you love me, I'll jump and sit with you." And then what do? Oh, Darla, and the next thing you know, Darla's getting meatloaf, Darla's getting leftover sandwiches. I don't know what all Darla ate, but she had a good New Orleans trip, and she ate very well. And it was one of those things, I'm not kidding you, bro. We should have all stepped on the scale before we left for the AKNR, and all stepped on the scale the day, like right when we walked in there. I should have got a scale. All right, everyone get on the scale, write down your weight. We don't have to know it. All we want to know is the weight you gain when you step on the scale when you leave. We should have stepped on when we first got there. And as soon as when everyone was walking out the door, all right, step on the scale. What's your weight? Tell us how much weight you gained from all the food we ate this week. Because, bro, yeah, I mean, me and Avery don't do breakfasts. And every day we did breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And yeah, every day breakfast was big. And then lunch was either, Hawaiian sliders or street tacos. And dinner at night was fully, you saw what we were eating. So it was, oh, bro. Not only was it a learning fest, it was an eat fest.
Man, this sounds like the life. 69, Magic 69 on MOBX right now. I just alerted 6.36% short interest on it. Whoa. Short.
Mom, yeah. And what do we talk about? 75 cents. Natural area. Here comes 75, soaking to it before we even get off the live stream, bro. Nice move there. And then if it gets over 75 and maintains, we know $1 area would be the next true resistance area. So Mike, hold on real quickly. Mike, love it. He said he's going to get 2 dogs one day and name them Leonard and Skinnerd. Now that is, I like it. Leonard Skinnerd. Leonard and Skinnerd. Oh, that is hilarious. What were you going to say there, though, bub?
So the thing with the cheapies like MOBX traders to be aware of, shorts load the boat on these names. I know how they think. Trust me on this. MOBX, they're smacking it like 20,000 shares, and then they're scaling it. I mean, the big boys are hitting this hard, because a thing's a 17-cent ticker. Not anymore, 67 cents. And then maybe not anymore, $1.20. So this thing's right on the 200-day moving average. That's a very important level for it. I'd be interested to see if it can hold that level today. But outside of that, let's look left and see where she has room to run. About 80 cents I'm seeing a very strong level, 80 cents, Josh.
Past chart history there.
Yeah, MOBX 80. Yeah, I don't think it's terrible to slow. Is this MOBX? Yeah, that's in the hot like defense sector right now with the government contract. So we got to be mindful of that too.
Yep, I remember this from this morning. That old floor area right there, 75 into 80 cents, definitely good. And then natural, you got to think about that. So that's going to be some strong. Finally, running into some strong resistance. Saw a little bit, maybe back at 60 cents, and yeah, now we got that 75, 80 cent corridor. Like you said, though, you go back to the 52-week high area. And going back to the resistance, 52-week high last July into August, that 135, 145 mark. One thing we have seen here, A, you get a sector play like MobX. B, we've seen in a lot of these 52-week low plays, MobX.
Yes.
3, how many plays have we seen here sub $1 run to that $1, 150 mark? And yeah, I mean, and shorts are going to get annihilated on this most likely in the end. Now, this is why a lot of big boys that trade don't trade these sub $1 plays. They go to $5, $10 tickers, and that's where they find the better successful shorts.
Yeah.
Not loading into these tickers like this for sure.
Right. Because, I mean, imagine you're a short And some do this. They learn the mistakes early on, but you load the boat at 17 cents. I mean, how much downside reward do you have?
Yeah.
Not much, right? For the upside risk. And plus, for some reason, this name already had 6.36% short interest on it.
Oh, there you go. TMDE. We call that heaviness. There she goes. That lower high pattern over and over and over and over, brother. There
I
she
was,
goes. And
was
this
very much thinking about it.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about right here. You can see it's lower, it's lower, it's lower. We're not spiking. When you see this, this is a short incoming. This is a kind of back to the opposite of what I was showing you on EDSA. This is for the downside move. Would you sit down and stop looking in front of me, or sneaky fart breath? Gotta love that too. It's another thing Great Danes do. They'll sit there and just like you'll smell their breath. And like, thanks. That's all I want to do is smell your stinky breath, brother. This is a when we start, and we'll go through trends where these start showing themselves where this is happening 70-80% of the time. You'll see this every day, and then it's working to 70-80% win. It's a high win rate. It's really high, because there were times where I'm like, guys, I'm slowly adding into this, because what happens is if you don't get in now, it's immediately down here, and now you're already down here. So this is why you want to add in once you see this getting tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. Somewhere in these last 2 or 3 candles, where you start adding into this for the short. Kevin talked about it, and I agreed with it. And then boom, you get that immediate sell off. Triggers too as well. Stop losses, because you got to think about myself. I got out of this. My stop loss though was just under 4. So, what happens there, right? There's where a lot of stop losses were triggered. Thus, that's why you get such a hard pull and quick pull.
Yeah. We traders. It was when you knock on the door so many times, it's going to be a battering ram eventually, right through it and take out stops. So we saw a little descending triangle to the 4. It was beautiful. I mean, right under she went, took out stop.
Yeah, I call it hammerheading for whatever, like just because a hammerhead shark. But I'm just thinking of a fish is hitting up against that glass over and over and over, like a Jaws movie, and eventually that glass will break, and then it's through, and you're like, well, there you go. Let's just do this real quickly. Ready? Let's go 3, 2, 1. TCGL.
NPT at near 8.5 right now.
Nothing of them. So TCGL and QMs both still halted.
Oh man, that's again, if you're short there, you're paying so many the overnight cost that can add up. And then if you were long on the name, man, just waking up to that every day, Josh.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's like a gloom. You're like every day you start the day like in a bad mood,
right?
Oh man, and then you drink yourself to sleep and wake up again. Dang, it's still
you keep living the same day over and over again.
Groundhog's Day over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And look at the beautiful uptrend channel here on we got here on NPT here. Beautiful. Put the resistance line in earlier, matches the support line, almost the exact same angle, degree, right into that uptrend channel. And this is what traders are doing. They're buying down here, selling up top, shorting up here, covering down low, and they're just playing that channel back and forth over and over and over and over.
Good job, T-Web. I mean, that was one of the really actually better setups today. Good job taking it, executing on it.
Oh, good. He averaged in. Good job. Good job.
And his take profits right near the trend. So, yeah, good work on that. Love to see it. She really slowed down. Yeah. EDSA's higher. 340s on EDSA. Man.
We talked about it. That squeeze looked imminent right there. And look at this. Yeah. Beautiful move right here for that squeeze up on EDSA. Now bounce potential, and I do actually like this back around the 325, 320 mark. So if this can hold and maintain for a few minutes here, like we saw up top, then I'm going to surround not only the 325 mark, but the 315 mark with order. So I like when we go up, we squeeze, we hold for 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 15 minutes, even like this. And then I can trust coming back down off the old flag below for a bounce play. And so this one would be somewhere right around, keep going if you want to. That's good with me, baby. You do you. Yeah, keep going to 360s. What a move there. And we talked about it. This plays, again, the Squeezer Rooney play of the day. That chart setup, like I talked about, technical sound chart. This is the most technical sound chart we're seeing today.
Yeah, good call. I mean, inverse head and shoulder. And also note, traders, it was right around the 20, magic 20 when this thing took off. Good call on the inverse head and shoulders and volume. There we go. Coming in for the squeeze higher. Again, biotech, it's not in the relevant themes of oil, energy, and that kind of thing. But EDSA and Mob X right now are the plays with volume going into lunch hours.
Yeah. And then, like, if we just turn EDSA upside down, what does this remind you of? It looks like TMDE did, but for the short, right? If I just turn this upside down and this was down here to the bottom side, and we're hitting, and it looks just like this.
Battle crack, and it's
battle crack. Woo! There goes. Look at T-Web. Look at him down to 360s now for TMDE. We just called this out on both of these tickers here, not only to the long, but to the short side. And there's your 3.6s. Now, again, if you took it all T-Web, that's fine. You know me, I would tell you to try to save you 10, try to save 20, try to save 50 shares to see if you can get more out of that. Beautiful, beautiful move, my friend, right there on TMDE on the way down.
Why didn't we trade that, Josh? We both called it.
I know, yeah. No, yeah. That's
all
I
good.
think a lot of the time when you're streaming live, it's just one of those things where you just start talking more versus actually just doing the trading. And that happens a lot with myself where I'm just, this is probably what's going to happen. Watch this. And there it goes. It's like almost like you're hosting a sport. Like I feel like I'm at a station and I'm just hosting a show.
God. Yeah. Oh, I love it. If you guys are profiting, that's what matters. I mean, because we're trying to find the plays, and TMD, that was great. Look at this beautiful descending triangle.
Yep.
T-Web, that's an impressive trade you got there. Good work. You had to take profit in mind, back down to trend. Maybe it stays bullish. And I love that about that trade, T-Web, because look, you're just trading the price action. The overall daily chart bullish, you'll take profit at the trend. That's fine. But as when you took the trade, volume slowed down, formed a descending triangle. You had clear risk levels, 4-2. Took the trade, and bada bing, bada boom, making money on the way. Shawty, what you think? So TMDE, good work. One of the better setups today. It's probably one of the best setups I've seen. I'm in the green on Battle now. Thank God. Now this trade, I'm leaving, guys. Battle was in a nice symmetrical triangle here. It did an offering at $5. I'm sitting here.
How crazy is this? First, right at about 36 after, we get TMDE to crack down a good 50 cents and just shoot down. Look at those red candles. Right after that, at 39 after, we get EDSA to go on a 50, 60 cent squeeze in big green candles. And then at 42 after, just right after that, we get Battle to get a 26 to 22 crack, 23 crack. I mean, it's just crazy how right there out of nowhere, these plays are at a standstill, getting really, 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 really tight in their wedges, and you get TMDE to crack out of its wedge, you get EDSA to pop out of its wedge, and then you get Battle to crack down out of its. This is why you put your lines in and trade them. And thank you to Fred, Austin Trader, who came to the AKNR. You may have saw the shirt in front of it and my post with the AK-47 logo, but on the back, it says, put your lines in and trade them. And I was like, man, this is one of the coolest presents I've ever got.
Where you can go.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an awesome present. Good work on that. Hey, traders, real quick, and Big Me to Fit Me. Here's a short for you. We'll do. Josh and I will both do a short here for you, as I know we're pumping more of those out. So traders, BATL. What was the idea here? Offering. When I see offering, especially at $5 when the ticker's trading at 25, it's a screamer. Screamer is what? It's experience. Experience over time becomes your best teacher. That gut, you listen to the gut. So started slow. The idea was slow because irrationality runs rampant. Could this be a loser even still? Yeah, this thing can irrationally run back up, take me out, stop. The idea is be rigid with the rules, flexible on the profit side. The convicted trades, guys, I'm going to let work. And I'm convicted, especially when we have something that's way overbought and an offering way, way, way down, because we're just sitting up here in la la land, just waiting to bleed out. So that's the idea with BATL. Just understand offerings are very bearish. They dilute current shareholders. It's a bearish signal, meaning look for short entries. Now, my entries weren't great on this. I started small, thankfully, still small in it. If we continue down, I'm going to look to even size it a little bit here and reduce the risk along the way, kind of bringing down the stop as we continue to sell off. Because that, again, traders, what is that? That's dynamic risk. If a trade, Josh, if you're red like $200 on a trade and now you're green $100, are you going to now leave $300 of risk, giving up your 100 and then have your original 200? Dynamically, what we ought to be doing is kind of dropping that down along the way, our risk. So it's going to be kind of dynamic with the trade.
Yep.
But I think it'd be a good idea to give a lesson to as well. I don't know if you want to do it on the TMDE, because that chart was beautiful.
Yeah.
For Big Me to Fit Me to have a short to and awesome. It's great to have you, Big Me to Fit Me as well. Amazing to have you producing in the background with a lot of experience.
Where am I missing the question at from Big Me to Fit Me?
Oh, he's just the producing, and he's cutting shorts for the channel. So,
Okay. Okay.
yeah.
Oh, that's who's doing. Okay, so we know. So he's in the show. Okay, cool. Love it. Yeah. Yeah. 100%. We'll go over to TMDE here. This is a beautiful trade. Look at EDSA though, right? We'll just go real quickly over both of these. And I'm trying to get filled, of course, off my juncture back down here. You could turn either one of these charts upside down. A lot of the time when you see these typical charts, in my opinion, you're going to look for what? Shorts are about to get squeezed out of this. They're praying and hoping right now on EDSA, right? So EDSA, this is where shorts get squeezed. We'll go to the other one where longs are going to get cracked out. But what happens here is you have a lot of shorts that are about to get squeezed. While their stop losses are going to be anywhere from around this 425 to this 435 area. And so when you get through that, what happens? You're blowing through stops. Longs are coming in, the breakout goes in. And so this becomes a very, very good breakout type of play. And then go to the TMDEs of the world. This is just where you sit back and wait for the same thing on the opposite end of the chart, right? So on EDSA, we have that nice, good higher low pattern. You're ascending into that squeeze zone. We can even go over and show battle. Of course, it's got more volume to it. And I love this is what we're seeing. These sweeps back on down, then bounces up. This is where now volume starts to come to pour back into the play. When you see volume die off this harsh and we're moving into this little beautiful descending triangle right here, we put the line in, we put a line in there. And what are we descending into this VWAP? Now we're below it with the support, the lower high pattern into this really tight wedge. This is gorgeous short opportunity where the risk reward is huge for you, honestly, when you think about this play. You're risking back up to 420. We see the reversal not only in pre-market, but you see it at after the opening bell here. We know we've talked about this time and time out, the fact that you guys can just start trusting these numbers and levels we bring up, the magical 20-cent area. So now you have a risk and a reward, which is brought very nicely to your eyes, if you can see this, where 420 is a clear risk area. And now if you're averaging in somewhere in the 405, 410, 405 area, so let's just say, and then you have a 405 entry. For 15-cent stop, 20-cent stop, you have reward down to 380. You have reward down to 360. You have reward potentially down to 330 overall versus just having just a 15 to 20 cent risk reward ratio right there. So reward 2 to 3 or 4 times X what your risk is there. And same thing, just going back over to EDSA, because I love this chart for longs. Of course, either one of these are beautiful. You just turn them upside down. Same thing here. You start averaging in, say you have an average fill of 325. Well, where's your stop? No lower than 3. You can have a clear cut 3, average entry 320, 325, whatever you want to call it. So you have a 20, 25 cent stop loss. That's your risk versus the reward here.
Yeah.
You know, and so you have to understand when you start seeing these setups, like T-Web just said a moment ago on the live stream, I say, on the chat, he said, thank you guys. You guys rock. Now I'm starting to get it, and this is those small little glimpse of where you have to see these charts. I mean, these are the two of the prettiest charts, but they took hours to build. It wasn't like, I say EDSA has been forming all morning, but TMDE, that chart had been building. If you wait 2 hours after the opening bell, you go back over to TMDE here, look at the beautiful trade you can get if you just sit here and wait. It's 2 hours after the opening bell, and you get a 60 to 50 cent opportunity here. Really, in the end, could have been a tad more because you're averaging around 405. So you get about 50 to 60 cents there. And so that's why we talk about patience. Wait for trades to come to you. It's not about trade. If you could just sit back and wait for trades to form and these charts to form, then you will get really good trades. Tagger was a smoke tune, whoever said earlier, pre-market great, in-market not great. In-market hasn't been that great. But if you give it some time and you have some patience, then you will get some moves. Like again, back to what I talked about, the bounce play I took when I was at the AKNR in New Orleans. I'm in the pool. I'm chilling, enjoying lunch with Avery outdoors. I think I had me a beer with my lunch. Oh, let's talk. That's right, because we had street tacos. Anyway, so I'm outside enjoying, and I come back in. All right, I got to get back. Let's get to the afternoon session now. I come check my computer. I'm like, oh, wow, I'm filled. Wow, look, I'm filled. I was up 20 cents, 15, 20, 30 cents. And it ended up going. I held that all the way into the closing bell. It literally liquidated me out at the closing bell. I got in around the 415 mark on a bounce play, and it ran all the way back up to the 460, 470 mark right there at the closing bell, and was in that for about 2 hours. I got filled at lunch. I waited all day to find a good play. Thursday, if you remember, you even texted me and said, man, what are you even trading? It's so dang slow today. Like, well, good for lessons and honing in on the chart and what these guys need to be doing and showing how you can just sit back, put orders in, wait to get filled, and go out to lunch, go sit in the pool, relax. You don't have to be zoned into the chart all day long. And then you can come back again, put your lines in and trade them. And next thing you know, I'm getting filled. I was filled for probably 10, 15 minutes, didn't even know it. And Then again, like I said, that ran all the way into the closing bell, but I didn't get filled till lunch. And so if you sit back and have patience, you can find trades. They will come to you.
Yeah, man. Look at zooming out on this EDSA. It's just absolutely gorgeous, guys. Now again, we're overbought here on EDSA, but what do we have? An ascending triangle on the daily multi-day time frame. So you can jump in, just wait for volume to come into EDSA, and off of the bottom trend line, you can just ride the wave. It either works or it doesn't. That's the beauty of these trades. You're right or right out as it spikes up through it. So very tight risk. If volume does not sustain with the momentum, then you're right out. Otherwise, taking profits along the way. And then look, if we zoom in just into today even, it formed the same
Yeah,
exact
I
trend it
know.
did on the
Yeah,
daily.
yeah,
The
I
same
know.
thing,
Yeah, yeah,
ascending triangle, volume coming in. Look at the volume, waiting for that. That's validation on it. Again, the risk is so tight here. The risk is so tight. If it doesn't work, you're out for pennies. If it does work, you're out for a point.
yeah, yeah.
Making money.
Yeah, and that's like then find. I always say find the trends within the trade. Well, he just showed you the trend within this trade, and if you actually zoom back out like he did, it was actually kind of doing that before the last couple of days. It was doing like last week. It kind of was forming the first ascending triangle and popped out of it to the one we just were forming, and then squeezed over 260, and then formed one today in the chart itself. Find the trend within the trade. Trade the trend, team. Trend your friend. Love it. Absolutely gorgeous right there. And yes, daily trading check-in poll is live. I'm green for the day. Love it. Thankfully, a nice, good green day. It's smaller, but I'll take it. March Madness is coming to trade the pool. The most electrifying month in sports becomes most volatile month of charts. That's right. Get on the March Madness there, the Market Madness. Market Madness. Pick your teams by Thursday. Thursday, we will be picking our teams. You have till then to pick your own. And be sure to join. That's right. That's on Thursday. This Thursday, 12 p.m. Eastern. That's March the 5th. Live draft. Let's go. See him, T-Web. I am closer than I have been in a very long time. Halfway to passing the 25K eval. Uh-oh. He's up about 750 or so.
Go T-Web. Let's get it.
Let's get it. Money. I'm telling you, March this month's going to be great for all of us. I'm going to do the challenge here and get my 25K eval. We're going to see some clean charts action. Hopefully I would like for the SPY to get out of its trend, and it's fine if it cracks back on down. At least it gets out of 670. We're out of earnings, and hopefully we can start seeing some better daily charts out of those and some more moves. Small cap seems like we're back after the battle trade. We're not say fully back and crazy, but we do still have momentum. As in back in September, QMs, you name it, all the way to SMX and all the ones from December to January. Of course, my TCGL trade, right? We all know about that one. We took a little lull in February. Of course, earnings came. I thought that was going to come. I even talked about it. It was that week after TCGL in February. We were finally slow. Earnings finally fully hit. We also finally took a little bit of a breather in small caps, which was needed. Now we kind of recharge and go for another leg up. And this could be a great month, in my opinion, for breakouts. So keep your eyes on.
It seemed like across the board, most traders, February was just a meh kind of month.
Yeah.
So don't be disappointed, guys, if it wasn't your best month ever. It just that was the case. That, at least from what I saw doing some trader analysis, a lot of traders, it just was a kind of a challenging month.
Yeah.
Man, TMDE. Oh, T-Web, what a trade. I'm just drooling over this setup. Really, both of them, EDSA and TMDE.
Yeah, and they happen almost the same exact minute. So that's what's nuts. Forming a very similar chart, just opposite ends of where they were going, and they both did it at almost the exact same time.
I want you guys to make note of volume being the key ingredient here. TMDE, when you're on a descending triangle, you want lack of bullish volume. You don't want volume to come in. You want it to be on EDSA. On EDSA's chart, you want that one, of course, and it's ascending triangle. Look at this volume ramp. That's your validation right there. You have nothing going on. You're stair-steppy. Stair-step up's a sign of health, right? And that's what I actually posted in chat. I said EDSA. I'm not looking at this for a short right now. I think there's going to be a great short opportunity on it, but today's not the day. Ended up being right on that because of the stair-steppy nature. That's a sign of health. We get squeezed right here. Increase of volumes. Volume's that key ingredient, guys.
Yep. Always. Volume equals activity. Activity equals trades. If you can get that in, it's 100%. That's what you're looking for. 100, my friend. always talk about it. 100, love it, love it, love it. Well, we're already at the top of the hour. For how this hours always fly by, especially like February. February anymore, it's like it starts and it's like it just flies right on by. So I'm glad it's a meh month because I'm glad it's over with.
Yeah.
And it seems to be that way, in my opinion, even across the board throughout the years, where a lot of the time February has just been more of a meh month. There's been some decent ones, but yeah, get ready for March. Move forward into spring here as we go forward.
Gonna be madness.
Yeah, the market madness of March is now here. And speaking of TMDE, this is why I have it on. I have that my crosshairs in it that so it's a little bit higher. But this has short. That's what I was telling T-Web to hold some of these shares, whether it's 10, 20, 30, 50, very small amount, just to, not going to make a lot from it, but just to be a part of a further move down because this has, I'm going to
If it cracks that trend down, because it's on the trend right now.
Yeah,
I mean,
it looks like it wants to buy and go down to essentially in market lows back down to that 320, 310 area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could see that.
Oh, and don't forget, before the day's over, NPT team. This could have Battle 2.0 written all over it. And what Battle did yesterday is similar to what Battle did yesterday. So NPT, keep it on high watch. Edsa's my baby girl for the day. I'm going to leave NPT alone for now, but Edsa is the beautiful one for now. Let's see if we can get a pullback, back down, old resistance, new support. I would imagine it has a great bounce play as technical sound as this had today, just like we saw one earlier. We came from 335 back down to 275, essentially about a 60-cent pullback, what I'm looking for here. Same thing. Look for that 2 across your charts. It was at the AKNR. We were watching PLTR and trading it. Had a $1.20 pullback. I was like, watch, it's going to have another $1.20 pullback. And guaranteeing what happened, the next pullback we had, hit new high of day, pullback was $1.20. Find the trends within the trade. EDSA is your most technical sound, long, bullish play of the day. TMDE is most likely done and going to dump down for more. So if you want to go long, it's EDSA. If you want to go short, it's TMDE. If you want to have fun, it's going to be Battle, or it's going to be NPT at some point today. Watch for this play to go Banana Joe's.
Yeah. No surprise what. I guess I'm on the fun. I'm on the fun over here. I like Battle really under 20 probably today.
If it gets under 22, you are, because it just bounced again right where it bounced at, almost essentially at the opening bell. And that's where I even told traders earlier, where I'm just be systematic as far as bots are concerned and put smaller orders in. Now, maybe I'd have to adjust that, but I'd say, hey, I said earlier, watch for a bounce at 22. I really like 22, 22.50 for a bounce. Go in there 100 shares, you're up a couple $100, and so, but that's why I went down the line. I want to get more to that, and get to what Nas is doing. Keep it small at first, where I'm like, okay, like I did on at the AKNR. I left those orders in, left, came back, I was all over it and called it. Kind of like right here, where it's like, okay, 22.50. Just put some small shares in, let the the bot take the trade for you and get you out of it or whatever. So, but for you, back under 22, that's where Battle really does die back on off. And again, watch for this downtrend. Over on Battle here, watch the downtrend break. I keep watching. I keep thinking that everybody sees all my screens at once, but Battle, we'll go back over to it. 22 is going to be key. 22, see here, resistance in pre-market, 22.50 mark. We're bouncing at it right there at the opening bell in pre-market. And yet again, back under this mark in 22, she dies back on off, back down to around 20 area. This is going to be key, the downtrend right here. Back over the 9, back over the WAP, maintaining and holding that. We could see a move back up to this $29, $30 resistance area. That's going to be the key, other than this 25.35 mark right through here. So it'd be 25.35, then the downtrend of VWAP 9 EMA break. If it gets both of those, that should see most likely a good squeeze back on up. The only play I'm looking to trade for the rest of the day, and I've already went over it multiple times and I have my orders in, would be
which near that magic 20, guys. And if you miss the long, can take the short on the magic 20 and then look for a re-entry long. I mean, working both sides of it.
Yep.
Working both sides of it.
Yep. Final words to you, brother boy. How you doing? What do you got for everybody at the end of the day with your beautiful magical robe on? You got to get your crystal ball with that robe, brother.
Oh yeah. Magic wand, crystal ball for the March Madness. I mean, look, I gotta get. We are you dressing up Thursday?
What are we supposed to dress up as?
I don't. Money Mitch is probably going to have his jersey on.
I don't have a basketball jersey.
I don't either. It's all good. Hey, look, we're gonna have
a jersey on. You know what I should do is I should go get some of that black paint. Put the black paint on my eye, or just do the whole face. Yeah. Do the wart, whatever. Yeah.
But hey, I mean, bench warmers they don't need to. They don't need any of that. You just sit tight. Let me take over the rug pullers. you just get me some water boy. That would be funny. Dress up like a water boy.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. Oh man, or dressed up as Jim Carrey and Cable Guy, where I don't know if you've ever seen Cable Guy, but yeah, he has like a white T-shirt, really short shorts on. Yeah, good. Or,
Okay.
yeah,
Oh,
essentially like a water boy, someone that's probably never going to play and shouldn't be playing.
I, I gotta think of something. I bet Joe's scheming over there. I
Yeah,
bet Joe's scheming.
floated.
Hey, Florida Joe's gonna have a good list, traders. He's gonna be a
Oh
good
yeah,
coach.
yeah, yeah. We're all gonna be good coaches, and thank you there, Florida Joe, for putting the links out there. And again, yeah, come join me this month doing the 25K eval challenge, showing you how to grow an eval account. Did the 25K, opened it up for you. So I've been wanting to do this for a while. You know how to grow a prop firm challenge, so to speak, over at Trade the Pool, and can't wait to finish that out this month. So that'll be doing that with this market challenge as well. So this month, full of fun, full of challenges. Come over to TTP, click those links, follow us, whether it's me and Kevin, sign up for the Market Madness Challenge, which starts on Thursday. Of course, that's when me and Kevin will see you back. Join us, though, this afternoon. My man, Steve, the Achieve, as always, will be live in Power Hour.
Hopefully, we get those earnings going again soon. It was so fun, and Steve's very knowledgeable. So stay tuned for that, traders. Stick around. Scanners are live. See you guys next time.
Whoa, who's that? It's me, it's Steve, and it's Power Hour and then some. Apologies for not being able to be here right at the turn of the hour, but we're going to make up for it, guys. I hope you're having a nice Friday. Spy is having a it's an interesting time. Are we happy? Are we sad? Are we bullish? Are we saved? We're going to find out shortly here. But so far, about all that we could ask from out of the gates here. Let's talk about it. We're loading into a 5-minute chart here. There we go. Okay, so we can see from the open, we got the open right here where the color changes. So it has been rough overnight. We were watching this happen, just this meltdown, unwind occur here. We were eating through levels so fast here. So I want to draw out a few that we just punched through on the way down. The 680, quite notable, I thought. Sure didn't seem like it on the way down, right? Just absolutely ate through that and kept going all the way to 670. So we dropped, man, the moves have been pretty crazy. Since yesterday, we went from 688 all the way overnight to 670. That's a very significant sell, guys. And to just punch straight through that, it takes a lot of power. It's easier for it to happen overnight. And when you get the gap down overnight, bulls have a lot of work to do. So bulls have a lot of work to do right from the gate, just like yesterday. Remember when we really had to get cooking? Hey, Larry, good to see you. Good to see you, Talk. Yeah, you're talking IGV leaps. Yeah, we're going to get into it because there's a lot of strength there in the market today. And, that's what we needed to see, I think. So we needed to see to kind of stabilize. I'm still not convinced that the bottom is in just because, man, these bear market rallies can be very deceiving. I'm not saying we're in a bear market necessarily, but what I'm saying is structure is rough. And the big bursts that we're getting during the cash session are not sticking yet. This major push in the cash session, major sell in the overnight session, major push in the cash session. And look what we're doing again, guys. So I mentioned on this day, we had the kind of exhaustion type pattern where you have the 1 push, 2 push, 3 pushes. Even in this smaller area midday, you have the 1 push, 2 push, 3 push, and it kind of tires itself out. I was describing it as lurching up, coming down, lurching up, coming down, another lurch, coming down. So what are we seeing here? To me, this might be lurching, one more, and then coming down. I'm not sure. What I can say, though, guys, is that we are stepping on through levels at a very fast pace here so far. By that, I mean, we have this very key level that I mentioned in the Trade the Pool tweet this week, 687.50 to 688.50. That's going to be the brick wall that we need to get through to actually make traction as a bull. When we were pre-market down here like 675 or so, I said, all right, first step, gotta reclaim the 680 pivot. If we can do that, we can fill the gap to yesterday. That was 685-ish, 684, 685-ish. The strength that we just ate through that level back up to the resistance made me think, hey, maybe we see follow through. Maybe this was an oops reversal and we can just break out the top. The overnight price action seems to be, in my book, confirming that we are playing out this kind of bear flag here. See that bear flag? Up, down, retest inside, punch it. Now here we're going to probably retest, or you could even consider this push up in the afternoon a retest at 682 to this kind of uptrend line here. Maybe you draw it like that. So we are popping. I don't know, though. We violated all these previous lows, and that means two things. First off, we reached in, we got all that liquidity, so that's where we're popping from. But will it stick? That's the question. Yo, what is up, Mike? Good to see you, man. All right, so this is an interesting spot here for SPY. I gotta say, a little bit biased to the downside still, just after this big push. But you know what? I'm willing to entertain the possibility that we're ready to go a little bit higher and retest this range again. I just really got to see the punch through. So wow, look at FCX. This was the only dip buy, or no, I made 2 dip buys this morning. FCX got in a little late, maybe 62, like 62, I think. Not too shabby. So this one, absolute powerhouse here, looking real good. AA, not too shabby either. Came all the way back. Wow. All the way back to 64.75. So big resilience in our metal names, and we like that. How about XLV? This was my other dip buy this morning. Looking all right. Looking A-okay. So between these two dip buys, feeling pretty decent. Pretty decent. Hey, Joe. Hey, Joe. Sorry about the issues getting on here. Had some disruptions with my internet, but it seems like we're stable. Seems like we're good to go now. So we're rocking and rolling with it here. Let's see, another play that I'm still in, having a little bit of a hard time today. The oil sector, this is PBR. I think that it still is kind of catching in this gap up, and we'll see. We'll see if we lose this this kind of level here. Might gracefully exit for good gains instead of amazing gains. So that's kind of what I have cooking here. Really like an FCX for the swing. Just not sure if SPY is going to cooperate quite yet. So let's start talking about some of the things that are moving here. IGV is worth mentioning. So let's see, we've got IGV in the center on the 5-minute. I want to put an hourly up next to that too, just to show how we're progressing here over the course of a few days. So finally, we are seeing good structure, a higher high and higher lows here on the hourly on IGV. So we're breaking on through this shelf, and it looks to me like this is a nice inverted head and shoulders, or basically just, keep it simple. We had a base, we dropped out, we came back, we're pushing higher. So to me, this is a really nice kind of oops reversal, whatever you want to call it. Good structure there. Get some water here while I think. Even on the 1-minute, SPY looking nice and constructive. And Lance saying, do I dare swing light? Let's look at it. Is this a day trade you got in, Lance? I am, so as mentioned on Friday, I had to size down stop out of the MU, and I'm still waiting to get involved. I wonder if I missed it. I haven't looked yet today. So here's what I'm thinking on light and some of these high flyers. I think that it is starting to flag, essentially. I don't think it's done. I do think that it might need to go sideways just a little bit. Maybe something like that. So a few things I'm looking for. First is it is testing this 9-day, so the blue line here. So the thing about that, when the 9-day is ramping up like this, you can pretty much buy directly off of it pretty safely. When it's flattening, though, when it's starting to flatten, you got to entertain the possibility that maybe it's not going to be as simple as one of these buys right off the level. You start having to think maybe the level needs to trade sideways a bit, and it needs to reach in, consolidate, and trade off of the deeper 21. So that would look something like this. Say it comes up again. And maybe once more like that before going up. So that would give this line a chance to meet up. This line would go like that. And the 9 would go like this. So it would form kind of compression here. And we could start looking for a horizontal pivot as well to play off of. Maybe this kind of area. Maybe it needs to come down to this area. Probably not that deep. And essentially, this is going to be a high and tight flag setup if we do get it. The rules there are over 60% gain in, I think, 2 to 3 months, so 128%, totally fine there. Then you want less than a 25% pullback from the highs. So this would be 23, 24% right around here. This would be 21%. So that's kind of the area I'm looking. So 650, under 650, call it 600 to 650 for light. And I think this is going to be a common setup on a lot of these high flyers that are still being repriced. I do not think the AI trade is over. So we're going to be watching the MU here. So the MU got the big flush out gap down similar to this day. And we want to see it base over the next couple days and then start to reform. So there's a few ways that this could go. MU could be doing a double bottom higher low right now. This could be the time to get in. I'm just a little bit hesitant, and I want to see a nice flag and a nice higher low off of yesterday or today's low, basically form to feel a little better. I still think there's potential for it to come down a little lower, but what might happen is it might trade sideways while this what is this, the 50-day moving average, this white line comes and catches up. So that's something I'm considering there. Otherwise, I think this might be another tale of two flags. So I think this is the bigger flag. And I think we failed the smaller bear flag within this bigger flag. So I think we still do have room to come down and make a new low. And I'm seeing this being the really big chunky volume profile support. And then we have this gap right there. So if we swing this out, the gap is in between these two, and this higher level, you see, you can kind of contain it with these bottom wicks, and where we kind of gapped up from out of this flag. So these are the two areas of interest here, and this is 360-ish to 370-ish. It's intermediate support, and the real deep resting support is 345-ish to 330-ish. So 360 to 370, and then 335 to 350, 345. So those are the areas I'm looking. I'd really like just a 350 cost basis. Nice bottom around there seems nice to me. Real quick, let's run through the other leaders. And this is the basket that I think if you want to dip by tech, these are some of the best ones to do it in terms of the fundamentals and just in terms of being a part of something that isn't done going up in a fast way. At least I hope. So SanDisk, similar kind of structure here. Again, I think it's the tale of two flags. Just about like that. So see how the bottom of this flag and the top of this one kind of created a pennant that it failed. So now it's kind of in this larger downwards trajectory, I would say, from the top, or you could say trading sideways. What we don't want to see on these is potential head and shoulders coming in like up like that, then getting heavy again like this. We basically don't want to see this neckline tested after a pop-up because that could give us more room to really power down. But I think, gun to my head, this is kind of what I would think. Stocks will down 8 today, huge. So I kind of think we get a pop at least to the mid, to this 9. If we reject, then I think we kind of come down pretty fast. And then start carving out a base here. Carving out a downtrend line to play against and break through. Let me draw that. There we go. See, so it kind of pop up against this, then pop through there. So going through a few more names that I hear floating around here. AV. How do they respond to earnings? Let's go to an hourly. Big ol' flush out overnight through support. Now we're coming back, and I think we're probably testing it on the upside here. So I think that you guys were right talking about buying the dip here. If I recall, no, wait, were we talking about it up here? I forget. I don't know if we caught, or I don't know if we saw this on stream or not. It's all blended together, but okay, this was the cash session that we were watching. Yeah. All right. So up decently overnight, trying to hold here. We're going to be watching this area, and more particularly, if you're an AV bull, I'd say keep an eye on this 245, 250 level. Represents the bottom of a pretty established range. I guess we are kind of testing this bottom of the range. Yeah, that's what we're testing right now. So reclaim here, not a bad look. Not a bad look. Similar looking chart without this flush out was Kratos. And this one's getting kind of interesting here. A lot of shaking and baking, a lot of condensed price action here. And I think this one's probably going to resolve upwards. Yeah, ONDS Border Patrol. ONDS, love this company from a longer term perspective. Just not sure if it's time. It very well could be, but a lot of short interest in this one. And you're seeing this 1050 major level for me. This is the daily trigger on my trigger system. 1049, 1057, something like that. So right here, trying to butt its head through this level multiple times, does get the squeeze, but then this is the level where it kind of sells on back from. So until it reclaims this, lost it again in the cash session, tried to break it, potentially forming a higher low. So I don't hate it here, but until it flips this, can't say I'm ready to go on this guy yet, but I do like the narrative. I do like the chart on a higher term. Well, you know, I can't say, I'm so not sure on this one. I think it resolves up, but it's hard to say. Not gonna lie. So big compression, fake breakout. Was this a fake breakdown? I'm not sure. This name doesn't make it super easy to read whether this consolidation is going to break upwards or downwards. For example, in this one, it tried to do a fake breakout here and came back down and then just ended up powering up anyway. So keeping an eye on it here. Like I said, just watching that pivot. So I believe it was similar in the previous one. Yeah, so it tried to break out, did squeeze, then lost that level. It formed like a neckline there. And it had to retest multiple times to really get going. So if I draw from the previous level, it kept head bonking before it squeezed, and draw that on out, that is roughly our little rising support there. Huh. You know, I want this to resolve higher. I think it kind of does. The big volume was buy volume. Well, at least it was on that day. It was both the buy volume and the sell volume, I suppose. I want this to resolve up, but I guess we just watch for the weekly close of this 50-day, of the 9-day and the 21 days. They're all flattening out really nicely there. So either way, this is going to move big. And I would be more willing to believe that one of these drone spaces has a bullish catalyst than bearish at this point. So yeah, KTOS, the other one that's really nice. Like I said, just constructive down here. This is higher quality than ONDS, so less short interest. Definitely names to keep an eye on. If the AVAV can keep on going. I think Kramer said at 300 on his show that this was America's choice for drone companies. So, you know, got the Kramer curse there. Maybe it's done and ready to go back up. Meanwhile, SPY in this holding pattern, just trading sideways above 680. I think probably it needs to cool off just a little bit. FCX absolutely screaming. 65.50. No joke there. And what's really crazy to me is AA. AA. Absolutely insane. It's back to the close. It's back to the close. That's wild. I wish I dip bought this one instead of FCX, doing a little bit better off the lows there. Really respected that dip under 58. So what can you say there? Crazy move. Down and up about 8% there. Meanwhile, XLV finally found a seller. Has been buying off the bottom all day. And you know what? I think that this was a good dip buy. So essentially, we lost structure and reclaimed it. And just like I'm a little hesitant about the ONDS structure because it faked the upside before coming back down into the panel or into the pattern, this one faked the downside. I'll draw it. Let's draw it with thicker lines. There we go. There's the uptrend line. Something like that. So it did fake the breakout. Now it faked the breakdown. And I think that money's going to keep on flowing into healthcare. My biggest kind of canary in the coal mine there is going to be UNH. And this one's looking really good for a swing as well if you're looking for more exposure into healthcare, because how I'm seeing this is a little bit of a W base. That little W action there. Let me redraw it. There we go. And the last one there is the neckline. So assuming we can break through this, then we've got a lot of things working in our favor. First off, big gap overhead. This empty space, it might be resistance when we first dig in. That's usually how it occurs. But if we can get through and on into the gap here, we can get a really nice clean move, at the very least up to this 50-day and probably higher. So I think that the odds with this empty space overhead are looking pretty good for a push up, especially if money is getting a little bit more risk off and starting to move into other sectors, or continuing to move into other sectors, I should say. All right, Mike talking Turb again. We're going to check that out in just a second. All right, I want to talk battle too. But before we prepare for battle, this UNH here, assuming we get the W, the measured move is going to be looking like something roughly near that gap fill. So 200% would take us just about to the bottom where we went up before selling off rapidly. 261 would be just about a full gap fill. I like how that lines up. Also 127, where we could potentially reject a range break, is going to align very nicely with this prior low here. So we've got some areas of interest, and I think this one is going to keep on cooking and pushing on up. If this happens, then XLV should do well. A few other ones to keep in mind. Signa here, big bottom wick telling me that it doesn't want to reprice lower to me. At least I hope not. This is one that's a little bit sketchy, but hey, we could be seeing just yet another one of these failed breakdown patterns. What are the other two decently big ones? ELV, Elevance. This one's rough. This one's still having trouble. So this is definitely an albatross in the sector. Molina doing a lot better there. So they already kind of ate into their gap through their previous swing low. They're already up and into it and starting to tango with these moving averages that are curling on up. So I think that these can provide a lot of room up. The last one I want to keep an eye on is Lily. So this one might be what holds us back if it can't catch a bid here, because this one has this massive pennant, this massive consolidation, and it's not cooperating. I thought this candle was going to keep going. It did not, just reversed. And this is a 3 candle. If anybody trades, what's that system called? I can't remember, but like a 1 candle is an inside candle. So for example, where's an inside candle? Right there, that little doji candle. Actually, technically broke the high of that. All right, let me find an actual inside candle. This is an actual inside candle right here. So the top and the bottom of the candle are well within the previous size of the candle. So inside candle, there's a 1. Then you have this would technically be a 2 down, where it broke the bottom side of the previous candle, but not the top. If you have a candle that breaks the top and the bottom of the previous candle, you could refer to that as an outside candle, a 3 candle. Sometimes these are reversal candles. So we got to keep an eye on that and see if it can fall through the downside now. So we've got a lot of resting support around here, but through this can drop pretty quick. So keeping an eye on Lily. What we don't want to see is this be a head and shoulders playing out. My thought process is the gradual nature in the decline of this quote unquote right shoulder is showing enough compression that I think maybe it can resolve this with a small dip and then just resolve on upwards. There is the possibility that this is the end of a major move, though, and this is a distributive top and it just starts really sliding down. I don't think that's what's going to happen, but just laying it out as a possibility here. Meanwhile, IGV, big chillin'. It's one of the best looking setups that I see here, to be honest. So we should look at a few of those components too. Real quick, let's check out some of these high flyers. So TURB, heard that one mentioning. That one's still squeezing. That's a U. All right. So let's get some levels here for y'all. Get some levels. So first off, it's playing very nicely with these 5-minute moving averages, which means we can look at the 1 minutes, see where these algos are firing from. Yep, that 9-minute 1 moving average. This is our guide short term. Any dips need to be contained by this 50 at right now 250. So we got some room to the downside if it wants to, just with this big shake and bake. It shouldn't go lower than 275. Now we are getting into that 3 handle. There should be some sellers there. Let's keep an eye and watch this battle at the 3. Battle at the 3. Meanwhile, I'm going to go to an hourly chart real quick. We're just going to get our bearings. There's the spike through 3. Spike through 3. Congratulations if you are long. I'd be taking some off into the 3, but then again, let's find our higher time frame level. Oh, we're going to need to go back further, aren't we? Yo, there we go. Alrighty. So this 3 level, pretty notable in that, actually, okay. So the top of the shelf, previously we were actually through this area right here, call it 250 to 275. So this is the area that I'd like to see be support intraday here. Few other things we're going to do quick and dirty charting here. Wow, what a top wick. So we go all the way down to all the way up. Yeah, no fib levels to play with until 5. So that would be a big target. Another area we can look, this little top wick here. 450 as well. And I'm trying to find something in between those because that's a 40% difference. Maybe there's some minor pivot in here that's worth noting. 390. That's a little pivot. 1 candle, like 3 candles there before the sell-off kind of. So I think this is a decent place to look. The 335 as well if you're looking for some more places to just take some exposure on off. So far on off, that doesn't make sense. You know what I mean. All right. So far no sellers, no strength in the sellers in this 3 handle, major 3 handle, major or minor top wick there, but some bottom wicks showing that we are still pushing on through. Bears are on the back foot, getting squeezed here. So see what they do at the 335. If we can get that high, my rising stop would be under this power stick here. So 275. Now we're seeing a few sellers stepping in here, and we want to see where it stabilizes. Looks like mixed tape buyers still here. We love to see it. We're going to keep watching this progress. I would imagine a little back test into this rising 9, now that we're a little bit extended through a major level here, would make sense. So I would like to see a little pull back into a new high, into this level there, and we can kind of see how we react there. I don't think this is a major level. So in general, we're just trusting our moving averages. In the words of Qualamagi, I think that's how you say his name. Really, really great swing trader, but he always says, I'm never going to be as smart as my 9 and 21 effective moving averages. So we revert to the experts. This is their job, to watch these trends, monitor these trends. So as long as these are holding, trend is good. We're going to keep this on the screen. Turb, nice move there. Hey, little buddy, good to see you, man. Sorry, I'm just catching this a few minutes later, but what do you think of EVGO? EVGO earnings today. Let's talk about it. Oh, we've talked about this one before. Let's talk about it again. EVGO, playing a dangerous game here. We're going to go full screen just for a second. So on the daily, to me, this is pretty sketchy. Let me tell you why. We're going to draw order blocks here. So the body of the last bearish candle before an uptrend. That's the rule for an order block. So this one right there, the body of that red candle tries to push down. This is where the sell ultimately stopped there. So we mark this out. Respected once, twice, violated, but did get a nice bounce. Violated again, now barcoding under it. So this is how I view this. I'm going to hone this down just a little bit, just because I want to get this clean level where these are rejecting. And this C is kind of the launch pad where it came back down a little into this and then sent it. Came back into this, sent it. Lost this, but still got juice. Lost, can't reclaim 4 times in a row now. So that's the setup for earnings. It's a failed breakdown if we get good earnings results here and it propels it. That being said, to me, this looks bearish. To me, this looks like it wants to break down further. I'm going to look at a higher time frame to kind of confirm that stance. But to me, momentum is down. If it was going to break higher, it really wanted this to be the higher. Oh, this wasn't even a higher low. It violated there too. It really wanted this to be the higher low and this breakout to stick. Now, this is all just deconstructed here, and it can play for the failed breakdown, failed auction lower. But again, we're kind of gambling on earnings now. So unless you have some secret information, I'd probably keep clear of this one. Okay, that was. Do you guys see that wick just appear? Let's see if that's an artifact. That was a little spooky. Yeah, that was an artifact. All right. No giant wick just appeared. That was funny though. All right. So I don't love it. I got to say, I don't love it. Intraday here on the 5 minute, it's trying its best. If it loses this recent swing low from 20 minutes ago, pardon me, I think this one's in for a rough time. Let's look at the monthly though, or the weekly. I know you've been watching this one for a while. Oh man. Modern art here. So I remember we talked about when this gap filled, we were talking about up here whether it was a buy. I said, I don't know. I think you can get it in cheaper when it fills the gap at like 270 or something. We got that big move up, and I sure stopped watching this. That's for sure. To me, this looks like it could go lower, and I would not be hitching my wagon to this horse unless I had a really good theory. Okay, hopping back into Turb real quick. We were expecting a little bit of the pullback down into this 9-moving average. We wanted to see a catch and a new high. Let's see if we get that, or if it needs to take a trip on down to this 21 and retest this breakout candle. Right now, this is a retest of the $3 level as well, so acting real nice. Let's see if it can carve this on out and push higher. Meanwhile, all right, SPY got the sell candle. We're going to see if it follows through now. So that is a mock sell. We've got 8 minutes left here. 8 minutes left. A little bit of a mock sell going on right there. And we are just going to monitor whether this neckline can hold, whether we likely need to kind of retrace down into the 677, 78 level. There's a little bit of volume there to clear out. And let me check my other chart for VWAP for you as well. Sorry about that. That was my old YouTube tab. I was catching that Shia LaBeouf interview. Anybody see that? Channel 5 talking to Shia LaBeouf. That's a blast from the past. I haven't heard that name in a while. He is an interesting character. We will leave it at that. Loading that view up for y'all. All right, yeah, EV go, not so sure. We like the metals a lot, though, on the dip buys. Only dip buy I got off today was FCX, and XLV dip bought a little early there, so I think I'm probably just barely green on that trade. So not too much capitalization. Thank you, Talk, for the you're my Oscars music playing me off here. I got a few minutes since I don't have to prep for an earnings stream today. So you got me till the bell. Get me till the bell, and I'm going to go a little over for you guys. If you want to hang out a few minutes after, we can talk about the moves after, because I was a little late here today. And hey, if you're here, I want to be here with you. So SPY respecting the 200-minute moving average. So we'll go to a 1 minute to see that. Okay, never mind. We're fighting for the 1 minute. Let me make it a little clearer for y'all on the screen. That didn't really help. All right, we're going magenta. Can't miss that. There we go. How's tan? I don't know. How's solar looking? Is it holding on? Is it a retest? Testing the 50, trying to hold, testing a previous swing high. Not a terrible place to look. Not a terrible place to look. I don't like that. How's tan? I don't know. So Talk, I'm bad at these setups. I'm bad at these setups where, is this just a retest of a previous swing high before we keep on ramping? To me, this looks like kind of the end of a trend. But I think I often decide that too early. Like, I think this was the end of the trend too, and then it just needs to tighten up and push higher. So it could very well do the same thing. Maybe reaches in a little deeper to this 50, 21 EMA. Yeah, small dip. So another place I'd look here is I'd draw a little fib on this intermediate range. Okay, so just testing equilibrium. This would be a nice 6.2 level here into this previous pivot, around 51. I don't hate that. A few other things I'd do with this chart. So I want to test the range extension from this previous swing high to this previous swing low. We come up to the 127 and see we are stalling there. So I think that being the high of the week here as well at 56.50 is a level I'd watch for immediate trend continuation. I think 51 to 50 might be an area to check out. That's where I'm going to be kind of taking an eye or keeping an eye there. Meanwhile, FCX pushing on into new highs. Every down move on SPY, no down move on FCX. Buyers are accumulating very clearly in my book. Was not sure about this one, whether they would recover, because when a stock's consolidating near the high of the range and then it gaps down and then it pumps down another 5% or so, pretty sketchy, and you got to start thinking if the move is over. So I really like the strong recovery. Keeps me in the swing trades. Makes me feel a lot better than I did this morning, that's for sure. But I don't think we're out of the woods in either direction. This is some mean chop. So speaking of which, SPY, we get the move down, we get the move back to moving averages, but still in that downtrend ever since it tried to break up and fail here about 20 minutes ago. Just winding on down. We're going to be following these moving averages and expecting this to guide us into the close here. And obviously not too long in that, only 3 minutes left. But that is what we'll see. We'll be taking a look at us playing with the 680 level as well. See if buyers want to pump us over that for the close. Besides that, not doing a whole lot here. Like I said, made my buy in FCX this morning, made my buy in XLV. So kind of just saying, hey, I don't know what's going on, but SPY, clearly tech is not working yet. That being said, IGV's response today is giving me a lot of hope that maybe it is time to start buying tech again. But so far, I don't hate being a little bit diversified still and just assuming that money might not just be flooding straight back just into tech. Although, man, IGV, I was not expecting the strength today. So decent price action there. Turbo, we're seeing if the algorithms are turning off into the close. Seems like we lost the 9 here. Now fighting for that 21. The trade might be over for the day. As always, into those round numbers, big surge into 300 or $3. Can't go wrong selling some over there and reevaluating. That being said, we were hoping for this 21 or this 9 to keep holding directly, get the swing high. Did not get that. That pass invalid. And we'll watch that moving average right on there. SPY fighting for the 680. Looks like it wants to close above it, and that'd be a nice kind of save there. Loving FCX closing at the high of the day. That's beautiful. And AA not far off. Let's see on the daily. Is that high of the day? Just about. Beautiful. Especially that FCX candle. Nice. All right, guys, wrap up those trades. We got 1 minute left. 1 minute left. SPY fighting for that 680. Is closing above? We'll see. We've got 39 seconds. How you feeling? Above or below the 680? I'm going to say above. I think it's going to reach down, then come back at the last second here. XLV, little bit of a sell-off. Little tiny bit of a sell-off, but nice and mild. I am thinking for the stuff that we like, this is not a death sentence, today's candle, today's price action. For the stuff we haven't liked, it might be the turnaround point. For SPY, I'm having a hard time saying that this is going to be the bottom. I think it's going to be jagged stair steps. All right, there we go. Bulls did surge into the very last second there to close over the 680. So a little bit of sign of strength there, but really what it's going to come down to is this overnight price action, guys. It's been very clear the past 2 days. The bulls are here for cash session. The bears take back over the second that stops. So guys, talk buying a little MDB. Yeah, we can talk about some of these. I will address anything else in the comments here. We'll hang out for a few minutes and then we will wrap it up for tomorrow. So MDB, it was cursed with the affliction of being a software as a service related stock. So I heard double B. I thought it seemed decent to the very quick cursory glance I looked at the earnings. I like the kicker kind of candle, closing at the highs, opening at the lows, trying to put in the start of a trend reversal. We will see if IGV can follow through. If so, MDB might not be the worst way to play that. Let's go to a weekly chart as well. Meanwhile, I'm watching Turb popping right back up to 305. We're going to see if it can just continue right on after hours. So I'm starting to learn a little bit more about these small caps and how they can start to move when that cash session volume actually goes away. So in my mind, okay, market's closed. Nothing's going to move now, right? No major big cap's going to move now. What in tarnation was that? What was that $3 wick on SPY? I'm going to call shenanigans on that one there. Yeah, Mike says wrong. Absolutely. Turb sounds funny. It's a turb. That's a B at the end there. It's a B, turb. This one's not a turd today. Going straight on up, pushed that and got that new high. So going to be a little bit of pressure release. Bulls want to see it hold that last swing there at 277. So I mentioned 270. I think I said 4 would have been my stop under this surge candle. Came back, tested it, pushed a new high. Now coming on back to that 311, probably that 300 for a retest there. What else we got? So CrowdStrike starting to look interesting. So was that the high or low? I wanted a little bit more definitive of a high or low than this one right here, but hey, that might have been all that we needed. Now we push through this neckline and it's starting to look like it's forming structure. Here's the thing though. This was the first low I was watching and then it flushed out very meanly. And I was thinking the same thing in here. These are not good enough for a high or low. These wicks down. Needed something down here into the base. So here I would consider the base. We did tag into it, pushing up now. We have this little neckline here. This little neckline. It's my wrap name, little neckline. So we come back down. If we retest this tomorrow in cash session, that might be a little area. The thing is, though, I would just wonder, am I luring myself into a bad situation by doing the same thing that I considered doing here? Not wanting to, not wanting to miss the bottom or miss roughly the bottom and then end up getting hosed again. So I would just like to see one more kind of flush that doesn't lose a low, but something that gives a little more fear. That being said, the way that this just opened low, closed high, could be the start of a bottom. And what we might see is push. Oh, not bad. If price starts moving to the left on a chart, then you're in trouble, guys. You got to have some kind of stop if price starts moving left on your chart. Something's wrong. So what we might see is up to here, then we get the sell. And this would be kind of an inverted head and shoulders. With kind of like this being one low. And this over here being a higher low. So that's something to consider as well. I do think this is one of the few names that really I actually like in the space. CrowdStrike, Microsoft. Can't go wrong with the winner. Not too shabby, just trading sideways. This is starting to get dull. Never short a dull market. More likely that this will resolve up than elsewhere in my book. And yeah, just manage risk and you'll be A-okay. Mike's still on the clock. He's here till at least 5 p.m. Mike, seems like you really excel at these after hours moves. I respect that. By this point, I'm a sleepy guy. I'm a sleepy guy ready to wrap up and chill out. A little bit of flag in action into this 9-moving average we're watching here. We're watching the 21. So rising support around $3 to $3.05 here on Turb. If it loses this, could be the end of the rodeo for a little bit, but I'm liking that it's not dropping. Any other after hours movers we're watching here? Some MOBX. MobX. It's going to be Mobix Labs. Okay. Mobix Labs having a heck of a day. They don't look done. I'll pull them up on the daily chart here as well next to them. By the way, way, sorry if you hear any banging. I think I got my audio setups correct, but I'm hearing a little bit. They're banging on the roof there, finishing it up while the weather's clear. So pardon the interruptions, but yeah, MOBX very strong. I love seeing the volume coming in here into the close, just surging it through that dollar level. To me, it looks like they got shorts where they want them. So let's see on the daily here. Yeah, just absolute surge candle. We got to go. We got to keep on scrolling, finding some levels to the left. Gonna have to go to the weekly for that. All right, so we got a couple clear areas of interest for me. We're trading up into these kind of top wiki areas where we found a seller previously. Bulls want to see the squeeze through the 144. Could see sellers coming in a little earlier at 130-ish or so. So probably relatively close to finding some sellers on the tape. But I would imagine get a nice surge through there, lock some in at 145 to 150, and then see if it can ramp up. But this would be quite a tall ask. But 250, yeah, 250 could do it. Could do it. It's up that much since Power Hour, right? So it's another thing I'm learning. Don't call it quits too early on these. Let those moving averages and your stops be the judge of how high they can go. Yeah, that MOBX is going to be a little fun ride here, it looks like. CCHH is on the scans. You don't hear any banging? Sweet. And we're locked in. CCHH. Woo. All right. Another one of these $1 make you hollas. Right back into that round number. Found the sellers on this one. No immediate surge through like we saw on MOBX, but we can see if it can kind of snap back into this character of MOBX and just tighten up real tight at that one. That's what you'd want to see. That $1 level. All right. Someone's excited about the blood in the streets. Someone wants ASML cheaper. What's up, Tyler? Just don't dance, brother. Just don't dance. I'm with you. I want some sell-offs in these mega caps. I gotta, not mega caps, semi caps, I should say. I gotta take a closer look at ASML, AMAT, LRCX, that whole basket. I think where my head is still focused is the Micron, and I want light. I don't know if it's ever going to give me a chance. I want light 25% off from the all-time highs. I want Micron 25% off from the all-time highs. Maybe some SanDisk in there, probably just Micron. That's kind of where I'm at. I'm holding confessional. Something like that. Turb might be seeing a sell stick here. Tried to carve out a nice little handle, or sorry, a nice little pennant there. Got the look above the downtrend line and potential reject here. See if it can maintain structure off these moving averages. But we're starting to see mixed tape sideways. We'll see if the chillin' in the turb can lead to the bouncing in the MOB X here. So pushing on up here, pushing on up. And remember, we're going to be watching that 145 to 150 zone. I'm going to draw that out on here as well. Little area of interest there. And did I miss anything else? Mike, you were a full-time job warrior too. I feel that, or training, maybe for some sports stuff. I don't know. What were you training for there? But yeah, no, I'm with you. I used to work night shifts. Then I would finish a 12-hour shift. I'd come home. I would plan my trades, and then the market would open. I'd take my trades, and I'd just be praying for a quick trade so I could go to sleep. And it was always nice. It was always a nice way to end a day like that. And I think I'm sharper in the evening, so to speak, than in my evenings than in the mornings. So something to be said for that schedule, but it wears on you when your trade doesn't play out as fast as you want, and you're sitting there going, all right, I'm freaking 18 hours into a work day. You can see it's bringing back the PTSD. So I totally understand the full schedule, and I think finding those pockets where the market works for you is a great way to go about it. Great way to go about it there. So yeah, you can do the pre-market trading. I would do some night trading too. I would trade futures in the London session, and that had some really reliable price action there too. Really good action you could catch there, and still essentially, get enough sleep that I could wake up for at that point. I was doing a 9 to 5. So there's always time to trade no matter what your work schedule is. Another thing you can do, focus on the swing trading like me. When my day-to-day gets more and more busy, a little more overwhelming, I just go back to the hourly and the daily candles and I just chill. And I'm like, all right, maybe I'm not going to make my money all today, but you know what? I can make it in a week and be a lot less stressed and keep on focusing on the other boiling pots, so to speak, or spinning plates maybe. Yeah. You haven't messed with the London sesh yet? Blue Ocean sesh scares me a little more. So for Blue Ocean trades, the only trades I do there is I look at my portfolio late at night and I go, why the heck is this stock up 6%? That seems weird. I bet it sells back off to, to the or the closing price. So sometimes I'll take a cheeky little trim there and just add it right back when the cash session opens, hammers it back down to where it closed at. Something like that. We got a mover in EOLS. Likes my eyes here today. Oh, that's a mover, all right. So we've got a surge in the after hours 442 all the way up to just under the 5 handle. Zooming out to find our targets. Looks like $5 even is going to be to the upside if we can break this, and then we can see if we can boost on above that. On the 1 minute here, real nice surge. This is extended on the 1. We want to see it trade sideways while moving averages and supports catch up. MOBX, not done. It's going to surge for our target there at the 145 to 150. I would be trimming on up into there and seeing what it does. Probably a good place to just wrap the trade. But you know what? Hey, with these squeezes, you never do know where we end up. So we're going to keep an eye there. Definitely, I would be taking some off the table as we reach into this 144 previous high. Nice little action there. Meanwhile, to me, Turb looking a little bit heavy, a little bit long in the tooth, a little bit big in the britches. I think it might need to cool off a little bit. Same with CCH. It did find those sellers hard at the 1, and to me, not looking too hot here. Especially if we lose this 76 level, then we just slide back on down to the point of control here at 6, I would believe. MOBX, going to go to the 1 so we can watch it reach for that target. And I think this should line up nicely. We'll probably get the close on this imaginary trade that I'm not in, and then I'll get you the full hour there. I just want to make sure you guys got your Steve time. If you're sick enough in the head to want Steve time, I'm going to give it to you. Big ups, big love in the chat to all the regulars here and all the new guys. But Tyler, Michael, Talk, Crow, if you're there, lurking, you guys, Smoke Tuna, all the guys, we really appreciate you here. Trade the Pool. You make the workday a little bit better. Because here's the thing: you don't get to choose your coworkers. You don't get to choose them. Luckily, I got amazing coworkers that I actually work with, and I consider you guys my coworkers too, because we're all in the same office at the end of the day, and you guys are who I spend good hour plus with every single day. So always appreciate the good vibes and putting on some good trades and putting them on my radar too. So you're making me some money. Hopefully I'm making you some money here and there. We call that symbiosis. Guys, we are 15 minutes past the bell, but I just can't stop. Just can't stop hanging out here. We're going to see if MOBX can either break up through into our target here, get some air outs there, or if it loses the momentum, loses the steam. Going to be watching that, as well as EOLS starting to trade sideways like we're looking for as moving averages catch up. So the chase is still on EOLS. What's going on with SWIM? With someone who isn't me. I don't know. Let's find out. Swim. Latham Group. It doesn't tell me much on the 1 minute. Let's go to an hourly. MOBX, we got the surge stick, 2 inside candles, waiting for this moving average. We want to see the buyers just surge on up through there. So, swim. Okay, swimming. Michael Phelps. Where is it reaching for, though? We got to zoom on back. There we go. So, what do we see? I'm going to start doodling, and I will explain as I go. So, in general, looks to me like a cup and handle with a long, complex handle there. So we want to see, we want to see the 50% of this cup range be respected. We want to see beach ball underwater if it gets under there. I like this little fake above and fake below into whatever the heck was the catalyst that sent this thing up. So SWIM looking like it's trading at the 760. So digesting, we're going to flip this Fibonacci ratio around because I want to see where the golden pocket is on the upside of the range. So we measure from the left swing high to the bottom. You could see us playing with the equilibrium there before surging up, and there it is. So there is our 7.6 fib. 7.6 fib at 760. That's what we're negotiating. Some levels for you are going to be this swing high. And here's what I do. Again, I'm a zone guy, not a levels guy. So when I have a rejection that comes up on one candle, then comes a little bit higher, and then ends up selling, I don't split hairs. I take the top of this body candle and the top of the next day's candle completely, and that represents the zone that I'm looking to entertain or to engage with. So that's going to be your level to trim next 794 to 809, and see how it forms this nice box, like encapsulating that round 8 number. So you can sell into the top of, or the bottom of the box 795-ish and not have to worry about getting olayed, as I like to call it. It's like a bull running. They pull the flag out at the last moment, and you're sitting there going, what gives? We were so close, and now I'm having to manage a trade that's working against me rapidly. So that is the area where I would take some off and watch for either the surge above and retest or whatnot. So I'm seeing the spread widen massively. What is this? Was this earnings? Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. So maybe it was just negotiating up there and needs to come back down. This is a wide spread, so we'll keep an eye on that on a smaller screen. I could not tell you what's going on there. And Moderna making a move. What did they say? Interesting happenings. Could have been earnings, I suppose. It's a decent little move, reclaiming the 50. Let's look at Moderna on a daily. On a daily. Compelling little high top flag. Deciding whether it wants to do one of these double tops or reject. This actually looks very similar to FCX on the daily. I don't know what that tells you. Copper is trading like Moderna, but similar thing where it tried to break the top. It's trying to break the top here. Had to flush out to mid-range. This one flushed all the way to the bottom of the range, damn near. Crazy candle there. And that's kind of what I'm thinking here for Moderna. We're going to try to pop the top here and see if we can get the straight bid. It's negotiating that previous 52-week high, and I think this one has room if it can get on through. Yeah, it's got room all right. So big neckline here that we're digesting. I think next level up is this pivot right here at 65. That's a pretty decent target there. So yeah, let's keep an eye on these guys. Biotech as a whole. I guess these guys are biopharmacology, whatever you would say. Trading on sideways. Don't short a dull market. EOLS, we were waiting for these moving averages to catch up. We found a nice bid off of that so far. Looking like the game is still on there. MOBX, though, could not get the immediate continuation. We're looking for a higher low and a catch off of this 21 day now, or 21 minute. And we will see if MOBX stops out through this previous swing low at 121, or whether it can make that surge to the target. It could not quite. We would consider that an Ole, 5 cents away from target and turning on down. So a little disappointing there. We'll see if it can put the safe stick in here, though, off the 21. Maybe reach down to the 50. somewhere around there. FCX. So yeah, it is the largest copper miner in North America. They produce about 70% of the copper last time I checked that the US demands. So when it is playing footsies with an all-time high breakout like this, I'm starting to look at FCX's chart like I look at a lot of the silver miner charts. Also, we just look at the HG, the copper futures as well. And that can give us a little bit of insight. I'm going to pull that chart up for you. So HG, we are consolidating up at the high of the range. Testing the equilibrium there of the newly formed range. If we can hold this, we can continue to move up. Otherwise, maybe copper needs to cool off just a little bit. Would not be unheard of, but if we do squeeze, it would happen pretty soon, I think. Quarterly candles. Each candle is 3 months. This month will be very important, seeing what kind of topic we post in. If we close over the 6, we could see a squeeze up to 7. Otherwise, back in the casket, get on back down to 5, and then I'd be a buyer at 5 to 520-ish again. Off the top of the range, very likely, as these moving averages curl up, and it makes another attempt to push higher. I think copper is going higher, guys, and you know who else does? The Druck. Stan himself, he's talking about AI no longer being the star in his portfolio, moving on to focus primarily on copper and diversified markets. He mentioned Latin America and China. No, Latin America and Japan and South Korea. So one of his trades took a little bit of a header today. We can look at KOSPI, the composite index of South Korea, aka memory the country. Basically, you know, their GDP is heavily aligned with SK Hynix, Samsung, these big memory producers, and they've been guiding them up on this massive parabolic move, and now we are seeing just a little bit of a crack there. So the last time we saw a crack like this was right here. It got eaten up very quickly. That's a possibility. See the close into this yellow ribbon, historically been bought up very voraciously. But this previous crack into this one tried to hold and then flushed out again, needed a more extended basing period. And this is kind of what I'm hoping for. I don't think it's the end, but I kind of would like to see some type of flag action here. And again, we were looking for on these high and tight parabolic movers, 25% off the all-time highs, 20 to 25%. So we could see something like that. That's kind of the best case scenario, I think. Well, I guess unless it does something crazy and just is way up again tomorrow, just keeps on surging higher. I got to imagine this is worth noting here to see if this is a crack that ends up kind of unwinding a little bit more, and could potentially get us safe long-term pullbacks for the nice easy trend. All right, Turb did get the flush under there. MOBX as well. So a little bit of Ole happening in the after hours there. Couldn't get the push up to the major levels and back into internal liquidity. So game is probably still on for tomorrow, holding higher time frame structure. Just chilling just a little bit. The strongest on my screen, definitely this EOLS. EOLS holding up very, very nicely at 479. Looking like you could put a stop under 450 there and shoot for that $5 target for a 1-to-1 risk reward move there. And guys, all right, it has been fun. It has been a good time. It always flies with you guys. Again, apologies for coming in a little late. Hope you enjoyed the little bit of after hours here for y'all. We are going to be right back at it tomorrow. I'm going to be on the morning show with the full panel of Michael Noss, Big Money Mitch, and the great Jane. So we're going to have a great panel there to talk about all of the cool stuff that we are seeing these yeehaws, these down to red to green moves, pretty violent, pretty exciting. So there's going to be a lot to talk about. Don't miss that. And then, of course, I'll be wrapping up the day as well with the Power Hour stream. So you guys know where to find me at what's my Twitter handle? What's my name? At Steve Tileman, STEVE TILMANN, 2 N's there. So that's my Twitter handle. You can find my Discord community, free to join, right there in the Discord bio. And you know what? I'll drop a link for you just in case. Make it a little bit easier. As always, come on in and join the Trade the Pool server as well. Real great traders there every single day. Don't miss out. I'm dropping mine right there as well. Thank you guys so much for spending your afternoon with me, and we will do it again the next time. So guys, stay safe out there, trade safe, trade smart, and tune in tomorrow. Have a great day, guys. Take care.